Good morning, everyone. Good morning. The time for convening has arrived. The Senate will come to order. All unauthorized personnel, please exit the chamber at this time. Recognize the senator from the 6th to give us a report of the journal.
Good morning, Mr. President. It's good to be back. I hope you missed me. I know you did. Mr. President, we got a lot of great pages here from all over this great state. Out of Buford, we have a Lauren Adamson from Cumming, Arjun Ananda from Cumming, Madhubalan IR from Houston, Eleanor Chung from Pine Mountain, Madeline Frost from Union City, Ileana Gibson from Clarksville, John Carter Kale. From Sewanee was Sheikh Karaba. From Marietta, we have a sister and brother in Bella and Jacob Lala. From Atlanta, Miriam Magani. From Atlanta, Zade McCoy. From Valdosta, Arthur Monroe. From Cumming, Adrith Pengali. From Homerville, Emmeline Register. From Atlanta, Dara Reyes. From Lake Park, Chloe Rogers. From Dublin, Sisters Margot and Sloan Sellers. From Thompson, Georgia, we have Windsor Smith. And from Jessup Jackson Thomaston. And from Homerville, we have Carly Tomlinson. Y'all give our pages a big round of applause. We appreciate you being here to serve the great people of the great state of Georgia. Mr. President, in my absence, y'all did a lot of work on Friday. Therefore, the journal is thick, but it has been read and found to be correct. So I move we dispense with the reading of the journal.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Thank you for the pages that are here today. And we did miss you on Friday, Senator. We did. Just wasn't the same without you. Is there objections for the dispensing of the reading of the journal? Chair here is none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there objections to confirmation of the journal? Hearing none, the journal is confirmed. All senators who have bills and resolutions introduced, please bring them to the Secretary's desk at this time. First reading references Senate bills. Mr. Secretary.
Senate Bill 629 by Senator Anna Vitarte of the 31st and other
State and local government.
Senate Bill 630 by Senator Anna Vitarte of the 31st, a bill to be
State and local government.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
First reading references the House bills.
House Bill 1485 by Representatives Gunter of the 8th and others, a bill to be entitled
State and local government.
House Bill 1487 by Representatives Anderson of the 10th.
State and local government.
House Bill 1489 by Representatives Baker of the 64th.
State and local government.
House Bill 1519 by Representatives Bonner of the 73rd
State
and
and
others.
local government.
House Bill 1523 by Representatives Chokis of the 151st and others, a bill
State
to
and local
be
government.
House Bill 1529 by Representative Evstration of the 104th.
State and local government.
House Bill 1526 by Representative Green of the 154th.
State and local government.
House Bill 1528 by Representatives Powell of the 33rd.
State and local government.
House Bill 1529 by Representative Powell of the 33rd, a bill to be entitled.
State and local government.
House Bill 1531 by Representatives Jasper of the 11th and others, a
State
bill.
and local government.
House Bill 1532 by Representatives Carpenter of the 4th and others. House Bill 1533 by Representatives Carpenter of the 4th and others, a bill
State and local government.
House Bill 1539 by Representatives Burchett of the
State
100.
and local government.
House Bill 1540 by Representatives Burchett of the
State
176.
and local government.
House Bill 1541 by Representatives Burchett of the 100.
State and local government.
House Bill 1545 by Representatives Rhodes of the 124th.
State and local government.
House Bill 1547 by Representatives Williams of the 168th.
State and local government.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
Secretary will read reports of standing committees.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 718, due pass by substitute. Senate Resolution 882, due pass by substitute. House Bill 1310, due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Eccles of the 45th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. House Bill 1328, do pass by substitute. Pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.10b, the Committee on Rules has referred the following legislation from the general calendar. House Bill 1077 to the Committee on Rules. House Bill 1129 to the Committee on Rules. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District, Vice Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Secretary, read resolutions the second time.
Senate Resolution 432 by Senator Harrell of the 40th and others. Senate Higher Education in Prison Study Committee, create. Senate Resolution 834 by Senator Rahman of the 5th and others. Bangladeshi peacekeepers in United Nations peacekeeping operations, recognize. Senate Resolution 882 by Senator Robertson of the 29th and others. Department of Community Affairs to refrain from adopting the 2024 International Energy Conservation Code in order to protect housing affordability and maintain the current energy code framework of the state. Urge. House Bill 87 by Representative Clark of the 100th and others. Insurance require health benefit policy coverage for medically necessary orthotic and prosthetic devices and their materials and components. House Bill 267 by Representatives Bonner of the 73rd and others. Riley Gaines Act, enact. House Bill 323 by Representative Matayek of the 82nd and others. Bridging the Gap for ALS and Chronic Kidney Disease Act of 2025, enact. House Bill 328 by Representatives Carpenter of the 4th and others. Revenue and taxation, increase annual aggregate limit for tax credits available for certain contributions to student scholarship organizations. House Bill 369 by Representative Sharper of the 177th and others. Motor vehicles, sale of food or beverages, provide vehicle equipment standards. House Bill 583 by Representatives Glaze of the 67th and others. Motor vehicles, increased number of free license plates issued to certain veterans. House Bill 634 by Representatives Barrett of the 24th and others. Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Act, expedited completion of a student's first individualized education program, revised provisions. House Bill 641 by Representatives Lim of the 98th and others. Public utilities require electric supplier to hold the proposed discontinuation of electrical service to a residential customer who suffers from a serious illness in abeyance for a certain period of time. House Bill 676 by Representatives Clifton of the 131st and others. Property fine for any frivolous mechanic lien filed, provide. House Bill 718 by Representative Jones of the 60th and Women's Golf Week, first week of April each year, provide. House Bill 963 by Representatives Martin of the 49th and others. Elections prohibit foreign nationals from contributing or participating in any campaign. House Bill 1015 by Representatives Werkheiser of the 157th. Self-Insurers Guaranteed Trust Fund, revise certain funded levels. House Bill 1114 by Representatives Yerta of the 152nd and others. Quality Basic Education Act, allow for students in 9th and 10th grade to complete the high school graduation financial literacy course requirement. House Bill 1185 by Representative Stration of the 104th and others. Courts, certain shareholder claims to be brought before the Georgia Statewide Business Court, provide. House Bill 1220 by Representatives Ballard of the 147th and others. Education, student eligibility, and maximum scholarship amounts, revised provisions. House Bill 1247 by Representative Reeves of the 99th and others. Georgia Bureaucratic Deference Elimination Act, enact. House Bill 1290 by Representatives Hilton of the 48th and others. Crimes and offenses, protection of elder persons, sexual abuse, revised definition. House Bill 1310 by Representatives Ford of the 170th and others. State symbols, cotton as official state fabric, designate. Mr. President, that completes the order.
It is now time for the morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse? Recognize the senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, y'all. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senators from the 5th and 22nd for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senators from the 5th and 22nd are excused. Any other motions to excuse? Hearing none. Secretary will call the roll. Senator, signify your presence by voting the yea switch. Hold on one second. Senator from the 43rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 26th.
Without objection, the senator from the 26th is excused. Secretary will unlock the machine. Senators. It is now time for the morning devotion. All senators, please take your seat and cease all conversation. I would ask that the doorkeepers secure the chamber at this time. I now recognize the senator from the 14th to introduce our pastor of the day and lead us in our pledge. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Please join me in giving our allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Georgia flag. I pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag and the principles for which it stands, wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage. Thank you, colleagues. It is my distinct honor this morning to introduce to you His Eminence Metropolitan Sebastianos of Atlanta. He was born in 1955 in Cyprus, where he completed his early education. In 1978, he graduated from the School of Theology of the University of Athens. Don't believe that was in Georgia. And the following year, he began postgraduate studies in the United States, earning a degree in 1982 with a specialization in pastoral psychology. He was ordained a deacon in 1974 and a priest in 1979. He served in various parishes in Greece, Cyprus, the United Kingdom, and the United States. From 2006 to 2018, he held the position of Chief Secretary of the Holy Eparchial Synod of the Church of America. In 2011, he was elected by the Holy and Sacred Synod of the Ecumenical Patriarchate as an auxiliary bishop under the title of the once glorious Diocese of Zila, serving under then Archbishop of America, Demetrios. In 2012, he was appointed spiritual advisor to the National Philoptochos Society of America. In 2019, he was assigned to Atlanta as an assistant to Metropolitan Alexios, and on December 2nd, 2024, he was elected Metropolitan of Atlanta by the Holy and Sacred Synod of the Ecumenical Patriarchate. Please help me welcome His Eminence. Thank you.
Please allow me first to express my thanks to Senator Josh McLaren for the kind invitation to offer the invocation this morning at this esteemed assembly, and also to acknowledge the presence of the Consul General of Greece, Konstantinos Adamopoulos, who is with us today, and to thank each and every one of you for the honor to pray for you and with you to our Lord and Father of all. Let us pray to the Lord. Almighty God, we beseech you to bless all the senators, their staff, and their aides of our beautiful and great state of Georgia. Give them strength, guidance, peace, and love to carry out their duties for the common good of all people of our state and our nation. Lord, we give you thanks for all the blessings you have given us, our families, and our nation. We implore you in these difficult times we live, times of division, violence, and wars, both in our country and throughout the world, to come to our aid and bring your healing power, to unite us and our country in one body, to bring peace to our world. Make us instruments of your love and grace, so that we become healers and peacemakers, so that your holy name may be glorified. Bless the work of this assembly and the efforts of those who took the responsibility to be the voice of the people, so that they can create opportunities for all the citizens, strengthening and caring also for those who do not have a voice, so that we may live in harmony. Lord, you have made us stewards of our world. We pray to you to open our hearts for all those who need your help. Sustain the good in their goodness. Make the wicked good through your goodness. Remember, Lord, the people here present and all your people. Have mercy on them and on us according to the multitude of your mercy. Fill their treasuries with every good thing. Preserve their marriages in peace. Nurture the infants, instruct the youth, strengthen the aged, Give courage to the faint-hearted. Bring back those in error and unite them with your truth. Sail with those who sail, travel with those who travel, defend the widows, protect the orphans, liberate the captives, heal the sick. Remember, Lord, those who are in mines, in exile, in harsh labor, those who fight for freedom and justice in the world, and especially for the people of Ukraine and our troops who are in harm's way. For you, Lord, are the helper of the helpless, the hope of the hopeless, and the heaven of the voyager, and the physician of the sick. Be all things to all, you who know each person, his request, his household, and his need. Deliver this city and our state and country from famine, plague, earthquake, flood, fire, sword, invasion of foreign enemies, and civil war. Almighty God, as we approach the date of Greek independence on March 25th, we ask you to remember the brave Greek patriots who fought in the revolution of 1821 to overthrow centuries of Ottoman occupation and regain their freedom. Bless them, for they chose to inaugurate their fight for freedom on March 25th, a day in which we celebrate the Annunciation of the Virgin Mary, when the angel announced to the mother of Jesus that she would bear a son who is going to liberate us from sin. As we remember these pious souls, Lord, we ask you to bless also the founders of our nation, whose efforts in the American Revolution inspire our forefathers and mothers to believe that freedom was possible. May you, O God, continue to bless, protect, and inspire the leaders and citizens of both Greece and America to uphold these legacies of freedom and faith, knowing that we cannot take our freedom for granted. As Benjamin Franklin said when he was asked what kind of government America was to be, he answered, "A republic if you can keep it." For it is you who endowed us with our unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And so do we pray to you for the continued health, safety, and prosperity of both these republics. God bless America, Zito Elas, long live America and Greece. Amen.
We have some special guests here today and that we'd like to recognize. I would, Secretary, please read the caption, please.
Senate Resolution 873 by Senator Halpern of the 39th and others, a resolution recognizing March 26, 2026 as HBCU Aware Fest Day at the state capitol and for other purposes. Whereas Student Freedom Initiative is a nonprofit organization founded in 2021 to develop and scale the Student Freedom Loan Agreement and other innovative approaches to higher education financing that reduces students' reliance on traditional student loans. And whereas in 2026, SFI, in partnership with the City of Atlanta, Mayor Andre Dickens, and Live Nation Urban, launched HBCU Aware Fest, a national movement bringing together students, educators, policymakers, philanthropists, the business community, and community leaders to examine the student debt crisis and explore practical solutions to improve economic mobility. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of this body recognize March 26, 2026 as HBCU Aware Fest Day at the state capitol and extend best wishes for the continued growth, development, and success of HBCU Aware Fest. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Recognize the senator from the 39th to speak to this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, here in Georgia, we don't have to explain the value of our historically black colleges and universities because we live it. They are not just institutions of higher learning, they are engines of economic mobility, cultural preservation, and generational opportunity. And as someone who represents the heart of Atlanta and who's made HBCU advancement a legislative priority, I see clearly that if we are serious about Georgia's future, we must be just as serious about investing in the students those institutions serve, because talent is not the issue, access is. Too many students are doing everything right, getting accepted, showing up, doing the work, and still facing financial barriers that shape the trajectory of their lives long after graduation. And that is why the work of the Student Freedom Initiative matters. They are not just talking about the problem, they are offering solutions, reimagining how students finance their education, pairing that with financial literacy, and connecting students to real career pathways. So I want to take a moment to recognize Keith Schultz for his leadership, his vision, and his commitment to ensuring that HBCU students are not just enrolled, but empowered. His work and efforts like HBCU Aware Fest remind us that this is not just about awareness, it's about action. So today I'm proud to recognize March 26, 2026 as HBCU Aware Fest Day at the state capitol and to commend the Student Freedom Initiative for helping move us closer to a future where opportunity is not determined by circumstance. Better days are surely ahead if we build them, and that's exactly what Keith Schultz is doing. Please give a warm Senate welcome to President and CEO of the Student Freedom Initiative, Keith Schultz.
Good morning, senators, distinguished guests, and the Georgia HBCUs. I'm Keith Schultz, President and CEO of Student Freedom Initiative, the nonprofit founded by Robert F. Smith, founder, chairman, and CEO, and philanthropist of Vista Equity Partners out of Texas. He tried to free those students at historically black colleges and universities from the burden of student loan debt. It is a deep honor to stand before you as the Georgia State recognizes March 26th, 2026 as HBCU Aware Fest Day. First, let me express my gratitude to the HBCUs that are here in Atlanta for hosting us, those being Spelman, Clark Atlanta, Morehouse College, the Morehouse School of Medicine, the Intertheological Center, and Morris Brown College. I'd like to also thank and ask those to rise who accompanied us here. We have a group of our student interns, and if you would please rise. Thank you all for joining us. Student Freedom Initiative, its mission is very simple: to create pathways that reduce resilience and burdensome traditional student loans, and to give students more freedom to pursue careers, buy homes, and build generational wealth. SFI has served over 71 colleges and universities and their students, including those that I just referenced, as well as Albany State University, and our birthplace, Morehouse College. reflecting a commitment to student success across Georgia and the nation. This week, we celebrate HBCU AwareFest, which brings together students, educators, policymakers, philanthropists in business, and community leaders together to examine the student debt crisis and to explore practical solutions that expand economic mobility. We know that student debt is not just a financial issue. It is a workforce issue, housing, and community stabilization issue. Senators, your recognition today helps elevate these conversations across Georgia and beyond. On behalf of the students we serve, our campus partners, and all who believe in expanding access to higher education, thank you for your leadership and support. You all have a great morning.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 744 by Senators Brass of the 6th and others, a resolution recognizing May 2nd, 2026 as Stilettos on Steel Day and International Female Ride Day at the Georgia State Capitol and for other purposes. Whereas Stilettos on Steel is a national organization whose mission is to unite female motorcyclists of all skill levels. And whereas Stilettos on Steel has over 100 dedicated members and 6 chapters in the state of Georgia. And whereas the Newnan chapter of Stilettos on Steel was founded in July 2023 and is composed of 44 dedicated members. And whereas on May 2nd, 2026, the Noonan chapter of Stilettos on Steel will be hosting its signature event, International Female Ride Day. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize May 2nd, 2026 as Stilettos on Steel Day and International Female Ride Day at the Georgia State Capitol. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Recognize the senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. It gives me great honor to present this resolution today for probably a type of organization I don't think we've ever presented a resolution to, and I think it's important that we do. And I'm going to introduce a good friend of mine from home that is a great representation of Stilettos on Steel. And so Ginger Queener is a dear friend of mine. She's resides in Noonan with her husband Stanley, and they have a passion for Harleys, especially long-distance trips. And when she is not traveling, she's very active in our community. She is past president of the Rotary Club of Sonoy, where she led the club to the Club of the Year and received the prestigious Sheffield Award for leadership for Rotary District 6900 Category 1 clubs. She has served as Rotary District 6900 Secretary for 2014 and 15, and Assistant District Governor for 15 and 16, multiple Paul Harris Fellow, and has been the recipient of the Rotary Club of Noonan's 2019 and 2020 Brigadier General Rob Tourneau Service Above Self Award, and was the President's Cup winner in 2018 and 19. She served as treasurer for the Rotary Club of Noonan and has also served her community as a past chairman of the Coweta Community Foundation and the Noonan Coweta Boys and Girls Club. When not riding her motorcycle or volunteering with organizations in Coweta, she is a financial advisor and senior vice president with the world's largest financial services firm, whom she has been with for over 35 years. And she is a great testament to this organization, because these people aren't just, you know, your typical motorcycle riders. These are local community leaders, and I'm proud to stand with them today and honor them. We thank all the ones in the gallery today. And Ginger, if you'd come up and introduce your organization and who's standing with us.
If we could have everybody's attention, please, while we've got our special guest here, I would greatly appreciate it. We got some real live biker chicks here. Yeah, we need to celebrate them. All right, give Miss Ginger a round of applause here.
Thank you, Bert. Good morning. Thank you for having us. Thank you, Senator Bryce, and each of you for having our group of lady bikers here today. As I was preparing what I wanted to say, I came across a story written about one of Georgia's own female riders, and I felt it was important to share it. In 1929, Vivian Bales, at just 20-something, this Georgia school teacher climbed onto her Harley-Davidson, kicked it into gear, and rode straight into history. No sponsors, no GPS, just a paper map, a suitcase, and 5,000 miles of open road. For 78 days, Vivian carved her own path across America, through cities, plains, mountains, and storms. Every mile was a quiet rebellion against the belief that women didn't belong on the open road alone. She was confident, fearless, and utterly unstoppable. Before influencers and hashtags, there was Vivian Bales of Albany, Georgia, writing her story with the roar of her engine and the courage to keep going. When I asked my fellow Wind Sisters to describe who we are, the very same words used to describe Vivian kept coming up. That's why I knew this story belonged here today with us. Standing with me on the floor is Kirsten Levy, Beth Herman, Sandra Knowles, and Randy Redden. These are 4 incredible women, and we have 13 more with us up in the gallery today. We're mothers, daughters, sisters, wives. We're executives, CEOs, CFOs, COOs. We're nurses, doctors, accountants, and pilots. We're blue-collar and white-collar women with one thing in common. We love to ride motorcycles. Like Vivian, we are creating legacies. We mentor women who are just learning to ride, as well as those who have been riding for years. We love to inspire and be a positive image for the next generation. When we see little girls' eyes light up as they realize we're a group of women, it inspires us right back. In our communities, we work hard to be role models for our children, our grandchildren, and everyone we encounter. We support local nonprofits. We ride safe and sober. We constantly work on our skills because we know we represent women every time we ride. That is a responsibility and an honor that we do not take lightly. Like Vivian, many of us have traveled across the United States riding through tornadoes, sandstorms, extreme heat, and bitter cold, some putting more than 15,000 miles on our bikes a year. Last summer, 2 of us rode Harleys through the French and Swiss Alps, visiting 6 countries and covering nearly 2,000 miles. One of the women standing with me today is 84 years old and still rides. She spent a lifetime on the open road, starting when she was 14. When I asked about her most memorable ride, she said, "When I rode from Georgia to New York City to meet my Motormaid sisters for the 10th anniversary of September 11th parade." She was 70 years old at the time. We are deeply grateful for your help in commemorating the 20th anniversary of International Female Ride Day on May the 2nd, and for recognizing Georgia Stilettos on Steel Day. In closing, the next time you see a woman on a motorcycle, we hope you'll remember that there are now more than 6 million of us in the United States, and we're growing. Please look twice, save a life. It might just be one of us. If you're close to Noonan on May the 2nd, we would love to have you drop by and see us off for the ride, or when we come roaring back in. I promise it will be a sight to behold. On behalf of the female riders across Georgia and the Georgia Stilettos on Steel, thank you for allowing us to be here. This day is one that we will remember and treasure for the rest of our lives.
Are there any unanimous consents? Chair hears none. Does any senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? I recognize the good senator from the 8th.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. We have some special guests in the chamber today. We have Miss Gracie Benanto, or Benanto. Thank you. She's the Georgia Watermelon Ambassador. She's a Warner Robins native and an Abraham Baldwin Agricultural College student has been named the 2026 Georgia Watermelon Association Brand Ambassador. She was announced at the 2026 Georgia Watermelon Association Convention in January and began her role promoting the state's watermelon industry. She's currently a student at ABAC studying agricultural communications with a minor in agribusiness. As the 2026 GWA Brand Ambassador, she will represent the Georgia Watermelon Association, promoting industry growth through social media advocacy and consumer education with a goal of increasing consumer awareness and sales of Georgia-grown watermelons. And we also have the 2025 Georgia Watermelon Ambassador, Caitlin Lindsay. She's the national queen. She was crowned the National Watermelon Queen at the National Watermelon Association Convention in St. Pete Beach, Florida. She's a 21-year-old from Locust Grove, Georgia, and a student at Abraham Baldwin Agricultural College. And she will be representing the Georgia Watermelon Association nationwide. Mr. President, we also have a good friend of ours. Well, to start off with, y'all put your hands together for them and thank them for being here. We appreciate everything y'all do. Georgia is the third largest watermelon producing state in the nation. Mr. President, we have a dear mutual friend that's a dear friend of both of ours, Kendra Kennedy. Little Allen's wife was the Georgia Watermelon Queen. And we also have another Georgia Watermelon Queen in the chamber today to show you what all the Watermelon Queen can catapult you to doing great things. In the back is a dear friend of mine and a dear friend of many of us, Miss Jenna Saxon, who is the Chief of Staff to the Commissioner of Agriculture, Tyler Harper, and she was the Georgia Watermelon Queen. So we thank you for being here. Thank you what you do on behalf of the farmers in our state, and we look forward to seeing you around the state, and God bless you. And Mr. President, thank you for allowing me this opportunity, and I yield the well.
Good job, Senator, and we appreciate you ladies for being here today. Some really good young ladies that are attending ABAC school down in Tifton, Georgia. So we're glad to have them here today and appreciate them being here. Recognize the senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to say congratulations to Georgia State Patrol Post 45, Statesboro, Georgia. They received the Post of the Year in the state of Georgia. As many of y'all know, there are 53 posts in Georgia, and Post 45 in Statesboro received the Post of the Year. Sergeant First Class Robbie Scott and his team do a great job for our area, and we really appreciate them. Thank you, Post 45, your service and commitment to the citizens of our county. Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 14th. The Instagram, influencer, I guess.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So we were honored this morning for His Eminence the Metropolitan to join us as the chaplain of the day. Part of the reason that he's here this week is this is a significant week for the country of Greece. March 25th, Wednesday, we will be in session, but want to give you a preview of Greek Independence Day. That was the day in 1821 when the war for independence in Greece began, and it lasted, I think, for 9 years. But Greece finally got its independence from the Ottoman Empire after several centuries of oppression. And so in Greece, Greece. March 25th is a huge holiday. And here to celebrate that and join His Eminence was the Consul of Greece in Atlanta, Georgia. He was here earlier in the chamber. His name is Konstantinos Adamopoulos, and we just want to thank the Consul for being here today with us and for helping the state of Georgia recognize this important week in Greece. Thanks very much, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 10th. And then Senator from the 28th, if you'll start making your way up here, we'll be ready for you.
Good morning to everyone, Mr. President. I am excited to present some visitors here in the chamber. This is the Georgia Municipal Court Council, and I'm sure all of you have interacted with your councils in your respective district. But we have our Madam President here with us from the Georgia Municipal Court Council, Ms. Gail Drayton. Did I get that correct? Thank you. Just want to welcome them to the chamber. Welcome to the state capitol today. Thank you. You're welcome.
Senator from the 28th, when you, floor is yours when you get up here.
Thank you. Sorry. I'm getting better. It doesn't look like it, but. Whew. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, colleagues and the many guests, our constituents who are with us today. Today we celebrate South Fulton County Legislative Day, and we welcome their elected officials and constituents here to the Capitol. It includes College Park, Hateville, East Point, Union City, Palmetto, South Fulton, the city, and Fairburn. And that's really where I live in that area. I'm claiming everybody from those areas. So thank you very much, Chamber of Commerce of the greater South Fulton area, for being here today, and for more than 850 manufacturing and distribution firms in the largest contiguous industrial park in the eastern United States. It's a powerful contributor to Atlanta's convention and hospitality industries, with over 7,000 hotels and et cetera, But today is also Domestic Violence Day. Who are the people who are here for domestic violence? Please stand and get a warm welcome from our senators. This is for those who have, thank you very much for coming today. We've been working with you over the years, and I know it's still so much more to do. So we're here with you and for you and stand by you. Domestic Violence Day in the state of Georgia. And lastly, with the South Fulton Chamber of Commerce, are you here? Are you up there too, South Fulton Chamber of Commerce? They didn't let you in yet, but anyway, they're here today, and later I will give a farewell to the, upon her retirement, to Diane Matthews, who has been with us for a long time, and she's was the executive director of this organization, but she worked with Fulton County government for so many years, and she's still young, so she's somewhere around here, so we honor her today. Diane Matthews, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I don't see my folk that's supposed to be in here, but we're going to give them a farewell anyway. Thank you. Okay, I think.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate that. We have a special guest here today, a gentleman who's had a barber shop off West Paces Ferry for almost 60 years now, and he is everybody who's running for political office. You hear about people going to churches all the time when they're running for political office. Everybody running for statewide office, if they don't stop by Tommy's place, then they're going to have a hard time to go. So a senator from the 46 has got a special presentation, and we're going to go a little bit out of order and let him present that, because these are some very fine folks we have with us today that have always been good friends to a lot of people in this chamber. So, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I was first elected 20 years ago, I found myself over here in Atlanta, and I didn't have a dry cleaners and I didn't have a barber. And my shirt started getting wrinkled, my hair started getting shaggy, so I asked around, who to rely on. And Brian Kemp told me, he said, well, can't help you with your dry cleaners, you just need to do that on the weekend back in Athens and be plan ahead on that. He said, but where you need to get your hair cut is Tommy's Barbershop, corner of West Paces and the Interstate 75 there near that OK Cafe. So I went wandering in, and it's like going to Floyd's Barbershop back in Mayberry. 4 or 5 chairs there, no appointments, and you talk about learning the gossip and the scoop. That is the political center of Buckhead. And I had the pleasure, just walked in, and I met Tommy. Tommy Thomas. This barbershop has been open since 1959. And they've got 4 or 5 barbers, no appointments. You just go in, and let me tell you, he has got pictures on the wall of so many dignitaries and politicians and governors. He cut the hair of Robert Woodruff, the old chairman of Coca-Cola, of course, Governor Kemp, Johnny Isakson, Joe Frank Harris, Nathan Deal, Vince Dooley, old Furman Bisher, that used to be the sports columnist. The list goes on, and you will see just about every statewide elected official in Georgia on his wall. And then you've got a row of football helmets, all the kids that he's cut their hair that have gone on to play in colleges or in the pros. And he has got a collection. I think he's got every commemorative Coke bottle ever done because of his relationship with Robert Woodruff and Gazetta and the other guys that have run Coca-Cola. I've learned so much from him just knowing the scoop and what's going on in Atlanta. I've referred a lot of folks to him. Even this session we've had more. So I am just tickled to death to have my good friend Tommy Thomas and his wife Linda. Tommy says that we all keep asking her how she puts up with Tommy, and he says, well, it's easy. She got herself a trophy husband. So I'm going to introduce you all to Tommy Thomas. Come on up and say a word.
I don't know how you can follow that, but I'm not much at talking, but I'd like to thank everyone for this honor. It's something special for a barbershop to be put up there in High Cotton, and right now we're in High Cotton right now. And to be part of this, come down here and meet the people that I've met, people that I know, it's been a great honor. And I like what y'all do here, and I'm glad y'all doing it for the state of Georgia. And I'd like to thank Mr. Burt Jones and Bill Cowser for this great opportunity, and the rest of the guys here. And that's about all I can say right now before I get myself in trouble.
Yeah, that's all right. Good job. Good job. Recognize Senator from 24th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to you today, once again, letting you know your opportunity is about to run out. We don't have but 13 tickets left to sell for the Sportsman Caucus to be able to win a hunting trip or a shotgun. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important fundraiser to be able to provide a trailer for the handicapped, wheelchairs for handicapped people to get to go in the woods and be able to enjoy outside. So ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you, 13 tickets are left. Mr. President, 13 tickets only left.
What you got? What's the tickets?
Here's the picture of the trailer. But let's don't let the House outdo us, ladies and gentlemen. All your senators that's in the ante room, you can come participate too. Love to have y'all come on and let's get it done. Thank you.
All right, Senator. Sounds good. You want this one? Does any other senator wish to speak on a point of personal privilege? You have before you a consent calendar of privilege resolutions. Does any other senator wish to remove a resolution from the consent calendar? Is there objection to adoption of resolution on the consent calendar? Chair hears none. The resolutions on the consent calendar are adopted. Are there any motions to withdraw or commit? Recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following bills be engrossed: HB 439 and HB 1085.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 439 by Representatives Yerta of the 152nd and others. A bill is to be entitled and add to amend Code Section 48-8-50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to compensation of dealers for reporting and paying tax and reimbursement deduction so as to revise deductions allowed to dealers, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. House Bill 1085 by Representatives Petrie of the 166th and others. A bill to be entitled and add to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to imposition, rate, computation, exemptions, and credits relative to income taxes so as to provide for various tax credits for forestry manufacturing facilities, to provide for transfer of tax credits and conditions, to provide for reporting, to provide for an effective date and automatic repeal, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Majority Leader has moved. Is there objection? Without objection, motion prevails. Moving on to the rules calendar. Secretary Reed, House Bill 1009.
House Bill 1009 by Representatives Hilton of the 48th and others. A bill to be entitled and add to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to elementary and secondary education so as to require local school systems and public schools to enact policies and procedures for use of personal electronic devices at school and school-sponsored events by students in grades 9 through 12, to revise provisions relative to permissible student use of personal electronic devices, to revise a definition, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Children and Families recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Kirkpatrick, Chairman. Mr. President, Senator Kemp of the 38th District offers the following amendment. Amendment 1, amend HB 1009 by replacing lines 18 through 21 with the following. Bell to bell means the period beginning with the first bell signaling the start of instructional time and ending with the final bell signaling the conclusion of the school day, and shall include all scheduled instructional time, assemblies, and other school-related activities, provided, however, that such term shall not include brief transitions between classes for students in grades 9 through 12, during which access to personal electronic devices may be permitted in accordance with policies and procedures adopted by local school systems and other public schools pursuant to this code section. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the Senator from the 48. Speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. First bill of the day, House Bill 1009. Simple bill. This is one of many bills that came as a result of the amazing study committee that I co-chaired with the Senator from the 40th on the effects of social media on kids. And the number one recommendation that came out of that committee was what cell phones do to our kids, what a distraction it is, how much it distracts them from focusing on learning time, from what it does to their ability to talk to each other at lunch, to interact with each other, and all that is lost. In testimony, we heard teachers talk about even how school fights had changed. The kids weren't fighting anymore because nobody had a cell phone to record it. If there's no record of it, it didn't happen, right? So when we think about what's best for our children, we have to take away as many external factors as we can. We can't legislate what happens at home, but we can control what happens at school. And that's why this bill is so critically important. Over the course of the many, many months that we discussed this, we had a lot of interesting testimony. But this one issue from parents, from teachers, from administrators was 90+% in favor of banning cell phones from bell to bell. Not learning time to learning time or anything else. It was strictly focused on bell to bell. I'm going to tell you all a quick story that was shared with me by a very concerned parent about what this bill would do in the event of another Appalachia school tragedy. He said, parents want to know how they can reach their child in the event of an emergency. And I said, I understand that. Nobody can take that away from a parent's desire to hear that. I said, but let's talk through that. Let's talk through what does that mean? And I said, sir, let me ask you this. What did you do as a young man? What was your first real job in your 20s? And he said, I was a submariner. I said, okay, great. Let's talk about that. I said, when you went to battle stations, were you guys focused on anything else? Or did you guys have cell phones? Were you allowed to be distracted by other things? He said, no, all distractions turned off, focus on listening for the commands. I said, right. What would happen if you didn't listen to those commands? He said, people would die. And I said, okay, and tell me what would happen if students weren't listening to their teachers, weren't listening to the trained professionals, weren't listening to the adults saying, we're going to barricade the door, we're going to stay here, we're going to, giving them all the commands of what they have to do for their own personal safety. But if they're taking direction from somebody on a cell phone saying, run, or go do, or something contrary to the bigger picture there, what would that mean? And he said, more lives would be lost. And so even a parent who was directly impacted by that horrible, horrible event just a couple of years ago admitted that he recognizes that a cell phone ban is the best thing for our children's safety. It is the best thing for their mental well-being. It is the best thing for their mental health. Before you is an amendment from my friend from the 38th. I got probably the same phone calls from one of our shared counties on learning time and what does this mean. I will tell you, while it may be positive in certain classrooms, in certain schools, collectively across our state, it doesn't fit with what our boards of education have asked for, and it doesn't fit with what came out of the countless hours of testimony that the senator from the 40th and I and others, senator from the 5th, were all a part of. So while I appreciate the intent, if we were to pass Amendment 1, it would be very difficult to give our teachers and our administrators the tools they need to be successful in this. This is one of the most important bills that we'll pass this year for our kids. This will impact every single student in each of your districts, grades 9 through 12. And as the father of 3 daughters, 2 of whom are still teenagers, I can tell y'all that the only constituents that have spoken to me negatively about this bill are my teenage daughters. Every single parent unanimously, every teacher, and everyone else out there has said this is the best thing we can do for them and their future success. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to yield the well. And I will let the senator from the 38th speak to his amendment.
Recognize Senator from the 38th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, before you, I have an amendment to this bill. Let me first say, last year when we debated banning cell phones, we just went K8. And I came to this well and said I was in favor of the bill. And I would love to have, last year, amended that bill to go to high school. I know the distractions that cell phones can have in classrooms. The whole point of our cell phone bills is to be distraction-free learning environments. I do not believe that we should do a blanket policy that treats 17-year-olds like 7-year-olds. These are 2 totally different stages in life. And so I visited some schools in my district. Fulton County, which is the largest school system in my district, allows students to take their cell phones and put them up when they get in the classroom. What my amendment does is does not say that all school districts have to do this, but it gives them the flexibility to do so if they so choose. So Fulton County has already implemented cell phone bans in high school. They have found what works for them. If we do not accept this amendment, we will force all of those school districts that have already began to implement this to now have to change their policies yet again. And so it's not saying that all school districts have to do this. It's just saying that they may treat transition time differently so that they can continue using the policy that they already use that works. High school students are not elementary school students, are not middle school students. We are teaching them to become adults. Many of them have jobs, responsibilities, and also children. And so I do not believe we should be forcing a 17-year-old, 18-year-old to have to go out without their phones a whole 8 hours. We don't do it. We don't enforce that on ourselves, so we should not enforce that on high school students if a school district chooses to do that. If a school district disagrees with my position, they can still implement a bell-to-bell ban. This just makes bell-to-bell mean it can also be when the class bell rings, and when that class bell rings again, then you can get your cell phone. And so with that, Mr. President, I'll take any questions if there are any on this amendment.
You do have a couple questions, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the Senator yield?
Yes, sir, I do.
Senator, thank you for bringing this amendment. Just to highlight a couple things for the benefit of the body. So on line 7, where before that it says access to personal devices, electronic devices may be permitted. That may on line 7 is not a shall. Is that not true, Senator?
That is correct.
So, Senator, am I right in understanding that that means that if a school district wanted to ban cell phones throughout the entirety of the day, no exceptions, they would still have the flexibility to do that under your amendment? Is that not
Absolutely. With the bill passed with this amendment, they will still be able to implement that. And I know that there may be some concerns like, hey, what about teachers having to enforce this? If it works for a school district, they can do that. But if they're like, we don't want our teachers to have to deal with that, they can still do that with this amendment.
Great. And Senator, just to highlight what I think is such an important point about responsibility at the age of 17, we heard an anecdote from the author of the bill about battle stations and the necessity of locking in, so to speak, when there are certain crazy things happening. But in the normal course, in between instructional times, if you have a 17-year-old who has a job, has a child, doesn't it work the other way too, Senator, that person is not just the helpless child, that person is actually a responsible person who, by the way, if we even wanted to get into it in terms of felony liability in the state, a 17-year-old can go to adult criminal court. But putting that to the side, is it not true that that 17-year-old also has responsibilities that they need an adult-capable device to be able to see to during the day at appropriate times? Is that not true?
Absolutely, it's true. It's all about teaching students to be responsible and managing their lives. There's times when you need to focus, and there's time when you can address any issues that you may have outside of that classroom, the school building. So I think it's absolutely appropriate if a school district wants to allow students to have that responsibility and address those responsibilities outside of the school building, they should be able to do that, but not required to do that if they don't want to.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
You have one more question, actually. Senator from the 55th.
Thank you, Senator. Will the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that this is a fine legislation designed to stop the distractions that we are having in the learning environment?
That's right. You are right.
And it is not true that your amendment may even be used by local school systems to reward students or to bring further disciplinary actions. For example, if the students are using foul language toward the teachers, right now, what, if anything, can teachers do if students curse them out? Can you as a former principal, can you tell us what tools does a teacher have if a student just curses them out, a 7th grader or 8th grader, curses their teacher out, disrespect them? What, if anything, what recourse does a teacher have right now?
Well, as a former principal, I would say they should have very supportive administrators that ensure that that does not happen again. But to your point, this can be an incentive. It could be like, you lose that privilege of being able to have your phone during transition time. If we just blanket say they absolutely cannot, we take away some flexibility from school districts in order to be able to do this.
So is it not true that that could be an additional tool that a teacher could use if a student disrespect them, that they could not have access to that phone, which means so much to our students right now, and to bring some sense of decorum back to our schools?
Yes, sir, you're right.
Is it not true that we no longer have corporal punishment, and that some of the people in this very room would not want their students in public education for the lack of discipline in those classrooms?
You are right, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
We appreciate your amendment. It's a very fine one.
Thank you.
Got one more. Recognize the senator from the 13th.
Sir, to yield?
Yes, sir, I do.
Sir, well, I think I could I'm not totally against or for this amendment because I want to make sure I'm not confused, if you don't mind. How is this not creating a loophole that students would be able to just do their own thing with their phone and then create against the policy? How are we not creating a loophole here?
So this is still requiring, it's not changing the requirement that school districts have to come up with their policy. So it's still a district-wide policy that would be implemented. This just gives the district the flexibility to say, we want it to be banned the whole school day, or we are just specifically saying during instructional time, students are not to have their phone. So that student will still have to comply with whatever the school district implements.
And you, Sir Deal?
Yes, sir, I do.
And your bill, though, your amendment is 9 through 12, grades 9 through 12.
That's right, just high school.
And that wouldn't create a loophole for those students in regards to going around the policies?
No, sir, because they still have to follow the policy of the school district. So that student, if I am in Atlanta Public Schools, I still have to follow the policy that Atlanta Public Schools has implemented. This amendment just gives the districts the flexibility to decide what their policy is.
Senator Yield?
Yes, sir.
Did our previous bill give those schools the option of setting that policy in place?
Yes, sir, it does, but it does not give them the flexibility to determine that during transition times, students can have their phone. So picture the mailboxes over there. Many classrooms in Fulton County have those slots where if I'm a student, my cell phone is put right in that slot as soon as I get in the classroom, and it's working for them. They can still do that and say that students cannot have cell phones during instruction time. But with this amendment, some school districts can say, you know what, as soon as you get to the building, your phone is put away, and they can still do that.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, one more question. So recognize Senator from the 4th.
Senator Yield.
To my esteemed chairman, I absolutely do.
Thank you, sir. Senator, are you aware that Georgia Southern University College Education did a study back latter part of last year? They contacted over 3,000 people, parents, children, and so forth and so on, and over 74% of those people that responded said they wanted to take cell phones entirely out of all schools.
I am aware, and I'm one of those people that supports a cell phone ban. But I also feel like we should treat our high school students a little differently because they have different responsibilities than students that are 6 years old.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Senator.
All right, colleagues, just want to remind you, this does not change the fact that school districts can still implement a bell-to-bell ban. It gives them the flexibility to continue to use policies that are working in school districts that ban it during instructional time. And with that, Mr. President, I'll yield to Will.
Recognize Senator from the 29th.
Friends, I appreciate the senator from the 38th, and I appreciate his passion. I also understand what the senator from the 48th is trying to do. We have discovered something that has been long needed, and that is to get cell phones out of the classrooms. But they also need to be out of the hallways, and they need to be out of the schools as best possible. I think if we want to tout the success we've had over the past year with this piece of legislation that Representative Hilton and the senator from the 48th have been working on, then I think we need to trust the results. And the results are it is working. I've had one of my largest school districts took last year's legislation and they banned the phones throughout the district. And the results, while talking to teachers, was astounding. She said that the students seemed happier, they communicated more with each other, they participated more in class. I think giving them the opportunity to not have them in class, but then get them in the hallway, not having them here, but then getting them here, all we're doing are torturing these kids that we know based on scientific research, are addicted to this electronic device. We don't need 159 counties with many more school districts in that piecemealing something that we know works. I appreciate the amendment, but we saw what happened at the school shooting. We saw all the dysfunction that occurred when everybody was calling their parents and everybody was calling 911, and first responders could not get to the school because of all the traffic in the road that were not first responder vehicles. They were moms and dads and others parking their delivery trucks, sedans, and SUVs in the road. Giving these students, and understand, if they're 7 or 17 or 18, they are students. They are in custody of the school. The teachers are responsible for them. If we want to maintain order, then we have to do it for everybody, and we have to do it consistently. So while I appreciate the passion, I think the amendment hurts what we're trying to do, and I would ask that my colleagues would vote against the amendment and vote for the underlying legislation so that we can continue building a strong atmosphere of learning in our schools. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from 37.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I rise today in strong support of the underlying bill, HB 1009, but in opposition to Amendment 1. Again, I appreciate the debate that we've had today, but Amendment 1, although it would make the current policy of one of our school districts unchanged largely, is really part of the problem we're trying to address. Allowing kids to have phones between classes puts teachers back into the role of being policemen of cell phones. When they've got their phones between their class periods, teachers are telling kids to put it away, stop that. You know, the piece we've seen across our schools that have implemented these bell-to-bell bans has been significant. And it's because the texting, the messaging, the picking at each other that happens even between classes is part of the disruption that these devices provide. So Amendment 1 would just open up that door again, making creating the havoc of cell phones between classes, making kids try to manage multiple messages between classes, and putting teachers back as the police officers of cell phones. One thing teachers have said is the ability to not have to police phones and focus on instructing kids is one of the power of the proposal of 1009 and what a bell-to-bell ban really means. Mr. President, putting phones away all day is what our experience shows us. One of my school districts, Marietta City Schools, was one of the early pilots districts of a full bell-to-bell ban, and it was really the idea that kids put phones out of their lives from beginning of school to end of school. That's what's really brought about the change. Between classes, whether it's in the lunchroom or other times, the culture change, the positive culture change within the school really happens not just about what happens in class, but what's happening between classes. That's why it's so vitally important not to miss this. So that, Mr. President, the social interaction we've seen improve in the hallways, in lunch breaks, in the systems that have put true bell-to-bell bans in place is part of the power of what's behind HB 1009. And although my dear friend from the 38th proposes it to maintain the status quo essentially as it exists in Fulton County schools today, I think the proposal of HB 1009 for a true bell-to-bell ban is essential to make the difference in the lives of kids that we're seeking. With that, Mr. President, I yield the will.
Recognize the senator from the 40th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the underlying bill, but in opposition to the amendment. I co-chaired the Kids Online Safety Study Committee this fall, along with the senator from the 48th, and we heard some really good testimony from high schools who had already implemented a bell-to-bell smartphone restriction. What I could see from my own kids when they got smartphones in middle school, 8th grade, was that one single text could destroy an evening or destroy a day. And you didn't know what happened. All of a sudden, your kid was fine, and then your kid wasn't fine. And if you dug around a little bit, you found out it was because your kid got one text that was upsetting. So that can happen in the hallway as well. Georgia Southern University did a survey of teachers. Over 3,000 teachers responded, and 85% of those high school teachers did support a bell-to-bell ban. Only 67% thought that it should be limited to instruction time only. And that's because there's something that teachers know, and that's that when the kids are changing classes in the hallway, there's a certain amount of disruption that happens. And that's the time when the kid's gonna get that upsetting text. And so when they come back into the classroom, then you lose instruction time because you have to take that time to calm the kids down. Let's just ban the smartphone from bell to bell so that kids can learn what it feels like to not have that distraction, to not have that extra stress and anxiety, so their brains can be open to 100% pure learning. Thank you. I yield the well.
Recognize Senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of the senator from the 38th Amendment. I want to be clear. Fulton County is the county that is already doing this. They've banned the phones from inside of the classroom. They allow the students to have them and access to them during transitions between classrooms. Fulton County is one of the largest school districts that we have in the state, and they've made it work. They've seen great success in terms of student focus inside of the classroom, while also giving students the opportunity to connect with their phones in the in-between. I fundamentally believe that we are now in a time where phones are just present. I can count on two hands the number of people who are on phones right now in this chamber. Phones are absolutely just a part of our culture, and for us to just blindly ban them, to give them no access, ultimately, I don't think that it's realistic. And I think that we're going to continue to have problems, and we're going to have school districts who will come to us in the future and ask us to do exactly what the senator from the 38th is telling us now. Fulton County has tried it. They've been the pilot for it. They've been the tester, and they're right. And the final thing is, I just want to reiterate, like the senator is really clear. There are students today who have kids. They have children who are in daycares or are being taken care of by their grandparents. There are students who have jobs. These young people are functioning in a society where they need to be able to know if their own children are okay. They need to be able to be contacted in between. And I don't think that this is not the scary thing that everyone is making it out to be. So I rise in support of this very nuanced, very strongly worded, clearly worded, compromise language that the senator from the 38th has offered us. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Hearing none. Senator from the 48th, would you like to close?
Let me give you all a couple more examples just to make the point. The senator from the 37th brought up turning our teachers into cell phone police. Here's what that looks like. Every class, teachers collect, teachers give back. What happens the first time a teacher fumbles a phone out of their hand and it lands on that floor? Cracked screen, broken phone. Oh, great. Now a teacher is liable for replacing a $1,000 handheld computer, which is essentially what this is. Didn't give me the right phone back. It's not my technology, whatever it is. You're going to put all that liability on our teachers. They're not asking for this. Fulton unanimously is not asking for this. How do I know this? I represent Fulton County. They are doing it with some degrees of success and some degrees of failure. But the teachers have asked us repeatedly, legislate this, take the liability off of us, take this out of our hands. One of our colleagues referenced lunchtime. Just let them use it during lunch. It's not learning time. They can use it for that. Every one of you grew up without a cell phone, and look how you turned out. Some good, some, I guess that's debatable, right? But administrator after administrator, teacher after teacher have said, please get these devices out of the classroom, but get them out of the lunchroom too. Kids have forgotten how to communicate with each other. They've forgotten and lost the ability to have interpersonal skills. And those are critical things that we all learned growing up that kids in this generation do not have. So I really appreciate what the senator from the 38th is trying to do. It does not fit with what everything that from the study committee that the senator from the 40th and I worked so hard to bring. I ask you to please vote down the amendment, vote yes on the underlying bill, and with that I yield the well.
Senator has yielded. And so now we're on to adoption of the amendments. Amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 38th. Is there objection to amendment number 1? There is objection. So all those in favor of amendment number 1 will vote yay. All opposed to amendment number 1 will vote no. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 14th, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, is it not true that this amendment only covers brief transitions between classes, meaning it would not cover lunchtime, and that lunchtime, like instructional time, would be protected under this amendment? Is that not true, Mr. President?
I trust the senator knows what he speaks. Senator from the 23rd, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that a vote yes on this amendment would require the teachers to be the police of cell phones in Georgia schools?
Senator knows what he speaks. On the adoption of the amendment, the yeas are 13, the nays are 38, and this amendment has failed. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary read House Bill 1030.
House Bill 1030 by Representatives Donna Tucci of the 105th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to elementary and secondary education so as to enact the Math Matters Act, to require the State Board of Education to adopt content standards for middle and high school advanced math courses, to require local education agencies to establish advanced math courses in middle school and high school, to require the Professional Standards Commission to ensure students completing teacher certification programs have the knowledge and skills to teach math, including the 4 strands of mathematical proficiency, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman of the 4th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitute to House Bill 1030, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to elementary and secondary education so as to enact the Math Matters Act, to require the State Board of Education to adopt content standards for middle and high school advanced math courses, to require the Department of Education to provide guidance and technical assistance to local education agencies, to require local education agencies to establish advanced math courses, to provide for enrollment of students into and withdrawal from advanced math courses, to require minimum core math instruction time for students in grades 4 and 5, to require that parents or guardians are provided information regarding advanced math courses, to require annual reports, to prohibit waivers, to require the Professional Standards Commission to revise standards for acquiring and maintaining teacher certification in elementary education, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the Senator from the 18th. Speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, and colleagues, today I'd like to present to you Georgia Math Matters Act. This was a great bipartisan bill, came from Representative Donna Tucci in the House, passed unanimously over there, and it does 3 things for our students in the state of Georgia. First and foremost, it guarantees access to advanced math classes starting in middle school and going through high school for those students who achieve a certain test level on their scores, an objective standard as opposed to being selectively picked out by a teacher or a counselor. We're using objective standards with the Georgia Milestones testing program. Secondly, it improved training for our teachers who will be teaching these advanced math classes. And lastly, it's going to be guaranteeing 60 minutes of daily core math instructions for our 4th and 5th graders, because studies have shown that the earlier they learn these important skills, the better they'll do later in time. We are following the approach of our neighbors to the west in Alabama, who after COVID was the only state who is now testing at pre-COVID pandemic levels. And with that, I will take any questions if anybody has any. All right,
no
I will
questions.
yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the... He was a little uncertain about himself right there, wasn't he? He's still learning. He's going to get there. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passes of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the pass of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary Reed, House Bill 944.
House Bill 944 by Representative McDonald III of the 26th. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 40-1-8 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to safe operations of motor carriers, commercial motor vehicles, and drivers and safe transportation of hazardous materials so as to update the reference date to federal regulations regarding the safe operation of motor carriers and commercial motor vehicles, to revise a definition, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Transportation recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal, the 27th District Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 30th.
Colleagues, annual compliance bill changing the date to January 1st, 2026. I yield the well.
Wow. I mean, 6 seconds, huh? Wow. Wow. That was impressive right there. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to the agreeing to the report of committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 47th, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that it took the senator longer to walk to the well than it did his time in the well?
Look like, yeah, senator knows what he speaks. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary Reed, House Bill 1085.
House Bill 1085 by Representatives Petrie of the 166 and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to imposition, rate, computation, exemptions, and credits relative to income taxes, so as to provide for various tax credits for forestry manufacturing facilities, to provide for transfer of tax credits and conditions, to provide for reporting, to provide for effective dates and automatic repeals, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Finance recommends that this bill do pass. By substitute, respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler, the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance offers the following substitute to House Bill 1085. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to imposition, rate, computation, exemptions, and credits relative to income taxes, so as to provide for various tax credits for forestry manufacturing facilities, to provide for transfer of tax credits and conditions, to provide for reporting, to provide for aggregate maximum amounts of tax credits, to require approval of future amendments by a 2/3 vote of each chamber of the General Assembly, to provide for effective dates and automatic repeals, to provide for definitions, to provide for a short title, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great day to be a Georgian. We've got an incredibly beautiful state. We're blessed to live in Georgia. I think one of the reasons our state is so beautiful is we have the highest number of acres of private timberland of any state in the nation. Georgia has more privately owned timberland than any state in the nation, and that benefits all of us. This bill is a response to what we have seen happen with our forestry industry. Hurricane Helene, of course, dealt a devastating blow to forestry, and then subsequently we've had 3 big mills close. International Paper in Savannah, D.S. Smith in Riceboro, and Georgia Pacific in Cedar Springs. Forestry has a $60 billion economic impact in Georgia. It employs about 142,000 Georgians. Those mill closures had a $3 billion economic hit to our economy. We lost about 1,800 direct jobs at those mills and 6,000 indirect jobs. What House Bill 1085 does is enhances the existing manufacturing tax credit that's already on the books to define forestry manufacturing. Many of the forestry manufacturing jobs are already eligible for the existing tax credit, but this defines forestry manufacturing, and it gives a investment tax credit on new investments from January 1 through for 5 years, so it puts a 5-year sunset on it. But for Tier 1 counties, it'll be a 15% transferable tax credit in Tier 1 counties, a 10% transferable tax credit in Tier 2 counties, and a 3% investment tax credit in Tier 3 and 4 counties. It also provides for a $500 per job tax credit for new jobs created. And it would apply to sawmills, pellet mills, biofuel manufacturers like diesel fuel or sustainable aviation fuel, mass timber. They can use wood to make metallurgic coal for the steel industry out of biochar. We've got research. We've invested in our research institutions to look at expanding for forestry-based pharmaceuticals, nylon. We put a lot of money in the Rewood project over at Georgia Tech to do that. And we are competing with other states for these type of new manufacturing jobs and new investment in manufacturing. We've just seen some large investments. Weyerhaeuser made a large investment in Louisiana. There's a diesel fuel manufacturing out of biomass that just put a $280 million investment in South Carolina. So we're not operating in a void. We're competing with other states, and we need these tax credits, investment tax credits, and job tax credits to compete and keep our forestry industry vibrant and create Georgia jobs for real Georgians. So I'll be happy to answer any questions, Mr. President. If there are none, I ask for your favorable consideration. This passed unanimously out of the Senate Finance Committee, and they scrutinized it pretty hard, as always.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I'd ask for your green vote on this. Thank you. To keep Georgia green.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against this measure? Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which which is favorable to the passage of the bill. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary read House Bill 79.
House Bill 79 by Representatives Newton of the 127th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to income taxes so as to provide for a tax credit for certain ineligible expenses incurred for firearm safe handling instructional courses and firearm secure storage devices, to provide for an aggregate annual cap, to provide definitions, to provide for terms and conditions, to provide for credit pre-approval by the department, to prohibit the creation of certain lists or databases, to provide for rules and regulations, to provide for a short title, to provide for automatic repeal, to provide for an effective date applicability, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler, the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Finance Committee offers the following substitute to House Bill 79, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to revenue and taxation so as to provide for a tax credit for certain eligible expenses incurred for firearm safe handling instructional courses, to provide for an aggregate annual cap, to provide for definitions, to provide for terms and conditions, to provide for credit pre-approval by the department, to prohibit the creation of certain lists or databases, to provide for rules and regulations to exempt sales of firearms, ammunition, gun safes, and related accessories from sales and use taxes during a 4-day period each year, to provide for automatic repeals, to provide for related matters, to provide for a short title, to provide for effective dates and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws and for other purposes. Mr. President, a fiscal note has been attached. Mr. President, a minority report has been filed. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 31st. You wish to speak?
Mr. President, I move that HB 79 be committed to the Committee on Rules.
The Senator has moved that HB 79 be committed to rules. Is there objection? Not objection. HB 79 is recommitted to rules. Secretary read House Bill 154.
House Bill 154 by Representative Richardson of the 125th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 11 of Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to emergency medical services so as to designate ambulance services as an essential service in the state, to provide for statutory construction, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services offers the following substitute to House Bill 154, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions relative to state government so as to require the governor to request that the United States Secretary of Transportation place the state in the Atlantic Standard Time Zone, to provide for observance in the state of such standard time year-round subject to approval of the governor's request, and until such time as the United States Congress authorizes the states to observe daylight saving time year-round, to provide for a short title, to provide for legislative findings, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 41st. What purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm asking for a ruling on the germaneness of this bill as it relates to the introduced bill originally.
All right. Sit tight. The chair, after looking at it, since it was a complete strip of the original bill and a replace of the subject matter in it, I will rule it germane. Recognize Senator from the 50th to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to bring you House Bill 154, which deals with a public health and safety concern. Senators, twice a year we disrupt the lives of every family in this state. We force parents to adjust their schedules. We throw off sleep patterns. We interrupt routines that people depend on, not just for convenience, but for their health, their work, and their children. And if we do it for a system that frankly no one seems to be able to defend anymore, this isn't about losing an hour or gaining an hour. It's about disruption. It's about the reality that every time we change the clock, we create confusion for families, for businesses, for schools, and for anyone trying to maintain a consistent routine. And for what? The evidence that this system does what it was originally intended to do is weak at best. But the evidence that it disrupts people's lives, that is overwhelming. We see it in sleep studies, we see it in workplace productivity, we see it in accident data, and we see it in our own homes. Now, some will raise concerns about mornings, about it being too dark, and those concerns deserve to be taken seriously, but let's be honest about what we're talking about here. We're not creating darkness, we're creating consistency. And if there are specific concerns at the local level, schools have the ability to adjust start times. That's a local decision. We shouldn't keep disrupting millions of Georgians twice a year because we're unwilling to make practical adjustments where they're actually needed. What this bill does is simple. It gives Georgia a lawful path under existing federal law to stop changing the clocks. Nothing more. It doesn't force a time change unilaterally. It doesn't override federal authority. It simply allows Georgia to use the process that already exists to bring stability back to people's daily lives. At the end of the day, this is about stability. It's about letting families plan their lives without unnecessary disruption. At some point, we have to ask if a policy that disrupts nearly every family in this state and no one can clearly defend it, why are we still doing it? Mr. President, I'm happy to answer questions. I ask for your favorable consideration.
You do have, actually, you have no questions, Senator. He wants to come speak on behalf of the bill.
Right. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Recognize Senator from the 37th.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Senate arrives today to extend the conversation on House Bill 154 with perhaps a different perspective. I appreciate the Senator from the 50th thoughtful consideration of all the things we do here, but there is another opinion about the wisdom of doing this as it's proposed in HB 154. I think the consistency the Senator from the 50th talks about is something we would all welcome. And I think the prospect that we have uniformity in our lives and less interruptions is something we would all welcome. The concern I have, though, and I just use this as an opportunity to voice perhaps the alternate opinion, is that as interconnected as we are as a state, if Georgia moves forward alone, and I know we're petitioning the Department of Transportation to authorize us to do this, pursuant to federal law, but if this were to move forward as it's proposed, without having other states in the eastern seaboard and the eastern time zone moving with us, what this would create, unfortunately, is a circumstance in which Georgia has one uniform time across the year, and in the times of the year in November and March where we normally will fall back or spring forward, will now be off cycle with our neighbors. Now, if this bill was proposed to move with all the other neighbors in the eastern time zone, I would support this. I think the idea is a good idea in its underlying intent, but what's proposed in 154 is not going to have my support today, because what would happen here is by moving us to the Atlantic time zone, if Alabama didn't move, we would have a 2-hour separation from Alabama. So if you're in Columbus, Georgia, you'd be 2-hour difference in time from your folks in Phoenix, Alabama, right across the river for major portions of the year. It would also desync folks from a business perspective. Have the opportunity to serve clients across the country, not just in the state. And if you think about this, right now, when we spring forward or we move or we fall back, we're doing it consistent with the states around us. We're doing it consistent with the states in the Central Time Zone, Mountain Time Zone, Pacific Time Zone. What this would do, if Georgia were approved to do this and do it alone, we would be desynced those months of the year. Some months of the year we would be consistent with South Carolina and our neighbors. Other months of the year we would not be consistent with South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, and even folks in other time zones. It would create chaos by us having to maintain not just what time zone we're in, but what months of the year we're in for scheduling meetings, flights, and schedules. And I think there's just some unintended consequences that aren't contemplated in HB 154. So I applaud the Senator from the 50th as an intentions to try to create some consistency, but I think unfortunately, as it's crafted, it would create more inconsistency and more confusion. And I think we need to come back another time and do this in a complete holistic way with all the states in the Eastern Time Zone and perhaps all the states across the country, so that this is done consistently and it creates the kind of consistency and predictability that's intended in the underlying proposition. And that, Mr. President, is not something that I think should excite great passions. But if we stop and think carefully about this, I think the current proposal before us actually creates more inconsistency than perhaps it solves. And with that, Mr. President, I'm going to have to respectfully, in respect to my friend from the 50th, not support HB 154. Thank you.
All right. Recognized Senator from the 9th.
Daylight savings. Daylight savings. We just want one thing. No more changing the time back. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of HB 154. I just want to point out a few things. I know this seems like, yeah, why are we debating about this bill? But I want you to consider something, that time changes do disrupt kids with special needs. Those with ADHD and those that are struggling with autism, these type of disruptions do affect them. I think we should talk to some parents about this and maybe some teachers and understand that this is a problem, even for those that have small children. I remember when I had small children, and what children thrive on is a routine. And every time the time changes back and forth, that routine gets disrupted. So it's just something to consider about creating a consistent environment, a calming environment. And I think we've had this bill before in the past or something similar. And I had so many parents reaching out to me at that time saying, this is what we want. Our kids are complaining every time the time changes. It's just disruptive for them. They're tired. So I'm in support of this bill, and I ask my colleagues to please consider other implications. I think the state of Georgia can lead in this, and maybe some other states will follow us. With that, Mr. President, I yield the bill.
Senator is yielded. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator, would you like to close? All right, come on. So we're going from Central to Eastern to now Atlantic. Is that right? That's right. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to address some concerns from a senator from the 37th, he brought up, well, let's do this another time. Well, we've done this, and Georgia, along with over 20 other states in the country, have already passed legislation that said if Congress acts, we will switch to daylight savings time year-round. Well, Congress has not moved on this issue. Actually, the U.S. Senate passed it in 2022. The House never took it up. The U.S. House passed it in 2024. The Senate never picked it up. So I think this is a federal process that's in place that we can take advantage of, and I think other states will follow. We are the #1 state in the nation to do business, and I think if other states want to stay in sync with Georgia, they will, and other states will petition to do the same. With that, Mr. President, I yield the will.
All right, Senator. Senator's yielded. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agree to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. Report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bills, the yeas are 45 and the nays are 5. And that's the most interesting coalition of nays I've ever seen right there. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Let's take about a 30-minute lunch break. And I know there's some food for the senators in any room. We'll take about a 30-minute lunch break and we'll come back. The Senate will come back to order. Secretary Reed, House Bill 439.
House Bill 439 by Representative Zierta of the 152nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48-8-50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to compensation of dealers for reporting and paying tax and reimbursement deduction so as to revise deductions allowed to dealers, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler, the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance offers the following substitute to House Bill 439, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to local government so as to authorize the establishment of local homeowners incentive adjustment grant programs, to provide definitions, to provide constitutional authorization, to provide for referendums to establish and discontinue such programs, to provide for the appropriation of funds to support such programs, to provide for the calculation, application, and limitations on tax credits, to provide for rules and regulations, to provide for recoverability, to amend Article 7 of Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to miscellaneous local administrative positions so as to authorize the establishment of local homeowners incentive adjustment grant funds, to provide for an effective date, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 24th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I bring you House Bill 439. This is a very important bill that we can actually help our property owners reduce their property taxes. This bill authorizes the establishment of local homeowners incentive adjustment grant fund by cities and counties. This too has been available in the state already, but now we want to offer it to the local governments. This bill creates to provide a local community's ability to voluntarily rebate homestead property tax using collected taxes that are determined to be more than their budget requires for that year. Local governments that are experiencing digest growth that does not come along with the additional spending of simply controlling costs so that they have a surplus can use this tool to direct relief to our homeowners. This tool gives local governments a way to provide relief and as flexible. The local government decides if it wants to participate. The voters approve the program by a referendum. Then each year, as long as the government has the available funds, the government places funds in an account of its choosing into a separate account, and that account is used to divide the funds between the homeowners. This grant amount will reduce the homeowner's property tax bill. Thank you so much, and I ask you to vote green on a very important bill for our people that have property owners that have property. Thank you.
You have no questions, Senator?
Thank you. I ask you to vote green
Oh, I'm sorry.
for the great
You do
people of
have-
the great state of Georgia.
You have a question or not, Senator? Or do you? Oh, okay, yeah. You go ahead, Senator. We'll get to them after we get done with the questions. Recognize the Senator from the 51st. All right. Does any other senator want to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Now, Senator from the 33rd, you want to start excusing for some folks?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 44th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 44th is excused. Recognize the senator from the 51st.
Motion to excuse the senator from the 6th for business inside the Capitol.
All right. Without objection, the senator from the 6th is excused. Senator from the 41st.
Thank you. Ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senators from the 44th and the 22nd.
Without objection, the senators from the 44th and 22nd are excused. All right. Is there objection to the previous question be it ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 1. This bill, having received a requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary read House Bill 717.
House Bill 717 by Representatives Cooper of the 45th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 34 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Medical Practice Act of the State of Georgia so as to provide for the regulation of the administration of psychedelic-assisted treatment and therapy, to provide for definitions, to provide for standards, to provide for requirements, to provide for the establishment of rules and regulations, to provide for licensure of clinics, to provide for statutory construction, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson, the 1st District Chairman. The Senate Committee, Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services offers the following substitute to House Bill 717, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 34 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Medical Practice Act of the State of Georgia so as to provide for the regulation of the administration of psychedelic-assisted treatment and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 1st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here presenting House Bill 717.
Let me first of all say that there are no psychedelic assisted treatment clinics in the state of Georgia. As a matter of fact, there are no psychedelic drugs that are legal in the state of Georgia, or much less the United States of America. There are stage 2 and stage 3 clinical trials going on with psychedelic drugs, and that is why we are here today, sort of a preemptive strike. Because what's happened in the past, and I'll give you an example, the ketamine clinics got ahead of us, and we had to come back in and rein them in. So the Composite Board, Georgia Composite Board of Medical Examiners, or board itself, has been working with other boards around the nation and came to us with this legislation. And this bill, if you'll note, is similar to the ketamine clinic legislation that we passed earlier. So this basically is the bill that, if that ever does become legal, and I will tell you, I have reviewed articles in JAMA and other journals, and it does look like those potential Schedule I drugs would go to a lower schedule and would be beneficial from disorders like generalized anxiety disorder from moderately severe. So that's all this does, is set a framework for the psychedelic assisted treatment clinics, in which it requires certain conditions and rules and all of that. So, Mr. President, I'll be happy to answer any questions on House Bill 717. Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in enthusiastic support of this bill, and I just want to note this occasion so that y'all can be aware of how important the work you're about to do is, not just for the people of Georgia in general, but specifically for our veterans and our first responders. We've been talking a little bit in the last couple of years about breakthrough therapies that go beyond traditional pharmaceuticals to try to treat conditions like treatment-resistant depression, post-traumatic stress, and other debilitating conditions that veterans and first responders acquire after their years of service to the local, state, and federal governments. It cannot be stressed enough that some of these breakthrough therapies are so transformational that they don't just treat the symptoms of post-traumatic stress and depression. In many cases, veterans and first responders find, after treatment, appropriate treatment, that they are no longer diagnosable with post-traumatic stress and treatment-resistant depression. Really transformative stuff that, because of the federal culture war from several decades ago against these medications, there are veterans and first responders who have left the country to go to other countries where these treatments are more readily available. And so it's just really important for Georgia to recognize the potential for this. Kudos to the senator from the 1st for carrying this, and kudos to the House members who worked on this. But I just want you all to be very proud of yourselves, because this is, in fact, a huge leap forward for Georgia and our ability to respond to the needs of the people who have given the most for us. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Senator from the 42nd. For what purpose you rise?
Ask unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 6th.
He's been excused, Senator.
Well, now he's not.
Oh, never mind. We'll take it now. Apparently he snuck back in here. All right. Any other senator would speak for or against the measure? Is there objection for a previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to the agreeing to the report of committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary Reed, House Bill 1020.
House Bill 1020 by Representatives Reeves at the 99th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 23 of Title 47 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Georgia Judicial Retirement System so as to provide for the payment of monthly retirement benefits for creditable service as a district attorney at the age of 65 years, to provide for calculation of benefits for individuals who first become members after the effective date of this act, to provide for calculation of survivors' benefits, to provide for conforming changes, to provide for an effective date, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicts and laws for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Rules recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass, the 6th District Chairman. Mr. President, an auditor's note has been attached. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules offers the following substitute to House Bill 1020, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 18 of Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions regarding prosecuting attorneys so as to modify provisions regarding the compensation received by district attorneys, to provide for procedures for district attorneys to opt to receive compensation pursuant to such revised provisions, to provide for grandfathering of certain district attorneys so as to not reduce the compensation paid to such district attorneys, to authorize locality pay by counties to district attorneys in lieu of county salary supplements, to abolish most county salary supplements provided to district attorneys, to authorize continuation of fringe benefits provided by counties to district attorneys, to preserve existing rights and obligations related to retirement benefits provided by counties to district attorneys, to provide for retirement benefits relative to optional locality pay, to amend Code Section 45-7-4 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, and for other purposes. Mr. President, an auditor's note has been attached.
Mr. President, Senator Hatch and others offer the First Amendment. Read through district attorneys and auditors.
Mr. President, Senators Hatchett of the 50th District and others offers the following amendment. Amendment 1, amend the Senate Committee on Rules substitute to House Bill 1020 by replacing line 8 with the following: to authorize continuation of fringe benefits provided by counties to district attorneys and for other purposes. Mr. President, an auditor's note has been attached. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to bring House Bill 1020. This is very similar to the bill we passed last year for the Superior Court judges. This is the same type of idea for district attorneys across the state. There is a just pretty big gap between what the lowest and the highest district attorneys in the state are paid. This allows for parity across the state for district attorneys. It would set a district attorney's salary. The maximum would be 88% of a federal judge. And it also caps the local supplement at 10%, but there is a phase-in. Happy to answer any questions, but would ask for your favorable support. A few questions?
Recognize the senator from the 26th.
26.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gentleman Yield.
I do.
You were mighty brief. Tell us what you are doing with these salaries and local supplements.
We are increasing the salaries that the state pays district attorneys to address the issue of parity across the state for all district attorneys. The district attorney salary will be capped at 88% of a federal judge, which is exactly what we did last year for Superior Court judges. And then the local supplements, we are limiting them to 10% of the amount that the state pays the district attorneys.
Why are you limiting the local supplement? We in those particular districts decide what the supplement is going to be. So why would you come in and limit what we can do?
It goes along the same policy that we have with the judges. And so we're giving the district attorneys a significant bump from state pay to address an issue that we're seeing across the state where some district attorneys are getting paid much less than others, and this is to bring parity across the whole system.
You talking, isn't it true you are talking about different localities with DAs which have more money than the other municipalities or the districts? And so their supplement is higher than those in the other districts. So why would you cap what we do within our districts where we have these judges?
Once again, it's just a policy decision to make parity across the state with district attorneys. If you're worried about a specific district attorney in your district right now, this doesn't require them to opt in. Your district attorney will have the option to either opt in or out. But all district attorneys elected after your district attorney steps down will have to opt in. But the 10% right now would be over $20,000. So we're making your district attorney, if they get the supplement, will make over $200,000.
With the gentleman further here.
I will.
You are changing a bunch of it. I tried to read it. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a street lawyer. What you're doing is a significant change in what we have right now. If I'm not mistaken, you change, when new judges come in, you change what we've already been doing as far as our supplement to those judges. Now you are capping them and making the decision for us in the district as to how much we gonna supplement the DA.
I think what we're doing is we're taking the burden of having to finance these district attorneys off the locals, and we're putting it on the state. And so the state will pay the bulk of the salary, and then a local will only be allowed to pay 10% of a supplement, which 10% of a supplement, a district attorney will be making more than a federal judge. That's pretty good.
You still have not answered my question. Why are you trying to cap what we do on a local supplement? Why are you trying to cap what we do within that district and determine from up here as to what that supplement would be?
You know, I've tried to answer it many ways, but I'll try it again. It is a policy decision to bring parity amongst district attorneys. This is widely supported by district attorneys. We are still allowing for a local supplement, but the local supplement will be capped at 10%. That is the most you can give, so that we don't run into this issue again. District attorneys, their caseload, for the most part, is similar across the state. They're elected, and they should have parity.
Recognize the senator from the 36th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does Senator yield?
I do.
Isn't it true, we've heard a lot of language up here in this session about how these metro counties have very special features and have heavy workloads and are at the center of the state and have the largest populations. Haven't we heard a lot of rhetoric about why we need to treat them differently, and in fact have passed a bill that reflects that?
I know we have had those conversations.
That's right. And why wouldn't that reasoning apply here? As the gentleman from Macon was pointing out, those of us in highly populated metropolitan areas who want the best and the brightest in our district attorney's office and positions, and we decide to commit funds to remunerate that position that has an array of complex cases and statistically all sorts of outranking other counties in terms of the demands that are put on that position. Why would it be a smart idea for the state to step in and tell us that we can't compensate our district attorneys in these areas as is the local will, rather than being restricted from that by the state?
I think it goes back to the answer that I gave the gentleman from the 26th. This is a policy discussion, and it's surrounds having parity between all district attorneys in the state, just like we did with the judges. The Prosecuting Attorney Council is in favor of this legislation, and this is something that will bring parity, and it does not do away with local supplements. It allows a local district or circuit to pay their district attorney up to 10% of the state salary.
Further question, if I could. And I'm not picking on anybody's county, but if you compare the workload, the demands, the complexity that a DA in the circuit with Clinch County has with Fulton County, what would that comparison look like?
I think if you just looked at case number, you'd be making a good argument. But
thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, but I will finish. Some counties like mine and other rural counties don't have the resources to have county-funded ADAs, which are assistant district attorneys. They don't have the support staff. So while, yes, larger counties and circuits may have a higher caseload, they also have support staff that is funded by the county. This is for district attorneys only in their elected position, which they run for like we do. We all get paid the same. We get paid the exact same as the House members. It's a government elected position. This is taking a burden off of the locals. And if you're a current district attorney now, you can keep the system you're in.
Further question, if the gentleman will yield. So there's no reason really that you would object to an amendment that removes this cap, this artificial cap that's placed on a locality's ability to enhance the pay for their district attorney. Isn't that right?
I would object. It goes back to the policy discussion that I've been saying since I've been in the well. It's all about parity across the state for district attorneys. And doing would widen the gap again and would cause an issue where there's not parity between district attorneys.
Well, I think there's considerable grounds for disagreement on that perspective, but I think we've spoken about it extensively at this point. We will all be voting, won't we?
That's right.
Man, Senator, we were moving smooth, and you brought this up today. We got a lot of questions here. Recognize the senator from 55th.
To the gentleman in the well, will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I will.
I think the distinguished senator prior to me has kind of covered where I was going, but is it not true that we just had a bill covering 5 DAs that are in the metropolitan area that was distinctively different than the other DAs in this state?
I'm sorry to my friend from the 55th. I'm not sure which bill you're talking about.
Well, specifically, the real issue that I wanted to address is that we did have legislation that only went to the races, how the elections would be held for 5 metropolitan counties. Is that not true?
Is this, once again, I'm not sure which legislation you're talking about.
Okay.
But if you can let me know, I'm happy to address it.
But is it further true that you just stated that some of your rural DAs don't have the resources that are needed to do their job? Is that not true?
I think what I said is that some counties have more resources than others to pay county-funded positions. And in rural counties, those county-funded positions are not as frequent as you see in the metro counties.
Will the gentleman further yield?
I will yield for one more question to my friend from the 55th.
Well, this issue is so important, and I respectfully understand that you only want to take one more question. But is it not true that those of us who represent the metropolitan area want to get all the resources in South Georgia, because I don't want to drive through your county, someone else's county, and not have competent help? But is it not true that I don't want you limiting what I believe should be in DeKalb County, in Fulton County, in Clayton County, in Cobb County, in Gwinnett County, in any county? Is that not true?
Well, first off, I'm from North Georgia, but also I think the senator knows
Well,
of what he
even-
speaks
even
and
North
has
Georgia.
his own opinions. With that, Mr. President, I'm happy to yield the will. Thank you.
You have that right. Did you recognize the senator from the 19th?
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's talk a little bit about this. The debate seemed to center around, I think, that this is somehow aimed to hurt metro areas or keeps metro areas from funding their DA's office. That is patently false. What it does prevent you from doing is paying certain salaries of a higher amount to elected officials. It says that if you're an elected official at a certain position, we are going to fix your salary on a statewide scale. That is all this bill says. We have already done that in one other instance. In judges, last year, through the entire judicial branch, we did that. We said if you want to be the title judge, here's what your pay will be statewide. The comment came up that this then prevents metro communities from funding their DA's office. No, it does not. You can fund your ADAs, as many of them as you want. In fact, right now, many metro offices already do. What you can't do is pay an elected official an obscenely large amount or a small amount more than they're getting paid in other areas of the state. When you qualify to run for office, when you put your name on that ballot, when you sign the oath downstairs, you're signing up for public service, not public enrichment. And what this bill ensures is that whatever title you are, wherever you're at in the state, your pay is generally the same. Now, I said generally for a reason, because if you're currently a district attorney, like some people think that this bill is aimed at, you actually have a carve-out here. You get to keep the pay you're making right now for as long as you're district attorney. It is not aimed at you. If it was, we would do what the General Assembly can do and make kind of like an ex post facto law that brought in all the Metro DAs now. But we did not do that. We said instead, if you want to opt into the new system, you can. If you live in Clinch County, like one of our colleagues, the senator from the 36th brought up, and you want to opt into this new system, then great. If you want to stay under your old system, great. But if you do come under the new system, we are going to make sure if the state's picking up this extra part of retirement, if the state's picking up this extra part of your pay, that the pay has parity across the entire state the exact same way that we did for judges. I want to commend the District Attorney's Council, PAC, for their work on this. I know this isn't universally loved across their board. Neither was the judge pay. But we have seen that a majority of the judges opted into the new system. Some stayed out, as was their prerogative and their right. They also worked with us, PAC worked with us to literally copy the provisions that we put in the judicial bill, noticing that it took us 3 years to get the judge bill worked out. They didn't want to do the same. They wanted to get this done a little bit quicker on their side. So I commend them for their work on this. Appreciate what they've done to work with us. It also raises district attorney retirement. You know, district attorneys could retire right now at 60. There ain't nobody in our state retiring at 60 anymore. So we're moving the retirement ages up to make sure these actuarial numbers fit with what we're seeing in the private sector, what hardworking Georgians are doing. They're not retiring at 60. Some aren't retiring at 70. So this puts that job title in a position of parity across the state, and it also puts the retirement in a position of parity as it relates to the folks who are actually paying that wage in the first place. Thank you again to the senator from the 50th for bringing this bill, and I'll yield the well, or I'll take a question from the senator from the 41st, who seems like she wants to ask me one.
I recognize the senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Of course.
Senator, can you talk a bit about the way that Superior Court judges are compensated in terms of, well, not compensated, but just talk to me about their caseload.
Yeah.
Are those caseloads maintained with parity across the state, or is there fluctuation in those?
We try to balance those out across the state. You'll actually see, not to preview what you may see in the later parts of this week, but there's some discussions there on how that caseload system works as well. We don't necessarily need to be creating a system that creates new judgeships every single year.
Sir, do you further yield?
Sure.
So is there a similar system for DAs that allow the appointment of an additional DA when we find that the caseload is becoming more greater than the rest of the people around the state? Is there, a new DA who gets added like we add new judges?
We have split circuits and done things like that before. We're now in the situation, though, where many of the metro circuits are simply one county. And if you read the state constitution, a district attorney's district has to be at least one whole county. So you're barred by the Constitution from splitting that any smaller.
So therefore, is it not true that there are DAs who serve one county who have simply more casework than someone who represents, say, a Clinch County?
If you assume that they are trying every single one of their cases, that would be correct. But they are not. In fact, they have many more ADAs than the counties. Like we're picking on our senator from the 8th, buddy, because Clinch County got raised earlier. But the ADAs that are in their county there are more ADAs in those counties too.
Senator, do you further yield?
Sure.
Who supervises all of those ADAs?
Yeah, you have.
Who supervises all of the employees that make that office function?
In the same way that the lieutenant governor supervises every single one of us in the Senate, the attorney general supervises or the attorney general supervises his entire office or her entire office. Then the district attorney would supervise their entire office.
Does the senator further yield?
Sure.
You're smooth with your talk, but not necessarily all that accurate.
Well, when you say the same thing, regardless of what room you're in, it sounds smooth, I suppose.
So, Senator, is it not true that each and every one of us in this body is paid a base salary that is the same because we represent the same general amount of people? Is that not true?
We are, but we don't change our pay in year 8 when those numbers are obviously very skewed.
However, do you further yield?
I will.
Is it not true that people who have to commute longer distances get compensated greater because they are commuting longer distances via mileage reimbursements? Is it not true that legislators who have to drive further have greater compensation, that there are opportunities to try to make it more equal? Is that not true?
That is not true. Your per diem is not based on your mileage. Your per diem across district is all the same. Now, your mileage is if you're actually traveling, but we do that for district attorneys too. We reimburse their mileage when they travel. So I think this is an apples and oranges argument. If you want to make the case that an elected official should be paid more money by their county, I'm not falling into that logic. I think that elected officials know what they're walking into. They are paid the same regardless of their title, regardless of their location in the state. And I don't think the public would support it, especially if they realize that a local elected official could be paid 3 times or 4 times or 5 times what an ADA made. How is that fair?
Does the senator further yield for one last question? So earlier you stated that this is a situation where current DAs can either opt in or opt out.
It is.
Is it not true that when a new DA is elected in that same county that still has a greater workload, that has a larger amount of ADAs that have to be supervised, that is working ostensibly more complex cases than another place, is it not true that that person will not have the option to opt out?
Well, I don't accept the premise that they're operating more complex cases. I don't. It doesn't matter how many times the senator from the 36 speaks under her breath. I still do not believe that. So I can't accept that premise. What I can tell you, though, is that an elected official, regardless of where they are located in the state, would be paid the exact same thing based on parity. Remember, the argument that was brought to us first on judges and then on DAs is, hey, there's not parity across this position. We've solved the parity issue. What we're not willing to do is solve the parity issue and leave the parity, or solve the pay issue, leave the parity issue, and then be in this exact same position in 3 or 4 years. Mr. President, if there are no further questions, I'm happy to yield the well.
You can yield the well whenever you like, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak? There is one. Senator from the 55th.
President, ladies and gentlemen, I really don't even want to dog in this fight, but I'm all for having justice in North Georgia. I'm for having justice in South Georgia. I'm for justice all over the state of Georgia. But too often we are now picking on Metro Atlanta, and it's getting out of hand. You want to allow the next DA in DeKalb, Gwinnett, etc., to be paid what may be an unconstitutional system in the first place. Because I believe that we really need to look at the malapportionment of justice in this state and how we are electing DAs. Because we are from districts that probably do violate the 14th Amendment. And that's a fight that maybe we need to look at so that we can stop playing these other games. Now, with respect to, I represent DeKalb County and Gwinnett counties. I don't represent Fulton County, but I do represent Fulton County because I'm upholding the law of the state of Georgia. And when the Madam DA from Fulton County resigns or goes off somewhere else, we want competent district attorney who will have the audacity to stand up even to the President of the United States and not have somebody who is not paid or compensated well if it matters that democracy is protected. And right now we are again dealing with something as basic as the foundations of democracy, because if you cannot get justice in our courts, which right now the Supreme Court has only 39% approval rating because it's so partisan. And now you're trying to bring that whole thing into the DA's office, into the judiciary system. And I think it's appalling that we would go to this length, because even right now, 61 years after Bloody Sunday, this very month, here we are dealing with this whole notion of who can represent whom. If I want to pay my DA more money, that should be my prerogative. It should be no business of somebody in North Georgia, South Georgia, or no Georgia. Shelby versus Holder took away the Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, something that started 61 years ago when I didn't have the right to be in here. I want to remind you of that. And right now, there's a case called Calais, Louisiana Calais, threatening Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And this body can do whatever it wants to do, it has, whether it's germane or not. But I want to stand and say this wrong. Partisan gerrymandering is wrong. It's destroying this country. When you can draw my predecessor, the woman that was leading the Democratic Party, my predecessor was drawn out of her district, and I'm campaigning in her area and not realizing that's part of why she can't come back. And I think it's wrong when we started attacking each other in the way that we have been doing. It's wrong for Georgia to lead midterm redistricting as it did in 2024, before Texas did, before the Texas legislators left Texas to avoid unfair and partisan gerrymandering. And that's what we're doing here. We are cutting the legs off of democracy chip by chip. And I want you to examine in your heart whether this whole path that we're going down is something that we really want to put above our country. Do we have loyalty to our country or more loyalty to a party? Do we have more loyalty to a country or more loyalty even to an individual? So seldom does it really matter, but I believe it does matter because it needs to be called out as just wrong. It's wrong when I can go to a part of this country, this state, and worry about whether or not I'm going to get justice. I have to say that because some of our jails are filled with people who simply didn't have the finances to get justice. And that's just wrong. And we need DAs that are not there to make a name off the backs of poor people, the least and the lost and the left out, to do what's right. So why do I stand up here today? I stand up here today simply to say that when you are unwilling to do an amendment, and I didn't even draft that amendment, but I asked for some help to draft it, the amendment that just would take off the cap. Because if our county commissioners, if our local elected officials pay a DA too much money, then I believe the electorate, I trust the people. This is the people's house, and I think that's what we forget. We forget that this is the people's house. These are the people that we represent out here. And if they see that DAs are being paid too much, I think they can raise that issue. And I don't think that's the case here. So I think the real issue is we don't have the audacity, the intestinal fortitude to have more than millionaires and retired people in this legislature, in this Senate. Very few people can leave a law practice or a business for 4 months and come back and see it. And that's why some of us can enjoy what we're doing here, because we don't have the audacity to pass a bill, to pass legislation to even make 50% of what the governor makes, 25% of what the governor makes, $20,000, because it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. We can't have people, everyday citizens that can come into this legislature because we've forgotten that this is the people's house. We've forgotten that we can buy elections. Citizens United is wrong for that reason, because we can now buy elections. And we can be worried about whether someone with money is going to primary you because you didn't vote on one thing. And that's what's wrong with this. We're going down that slippery slope, chipping away at democracy. Now you're going to tell me I can't pay my DA. Not everybody has the audacity to go up against a sitting president, but someone did, and they are paying dearly. The first thing I voted on was dealing with that very issue, and that's this issue still in this legislation. It doesn't say it, but the handwriting is all over it. And I would simply say that I stand here because when someone can say, and I said it about a week or so ago, but when a sitting president can say that the governor of Georgia should be put in jail, if you disagree with the man who recorded that thing that said, give me 11,780 votes, you disagree with the Secretary of State, but to say that because he did that, he should be put in jail. The black woman that was counting, Miss Ruby, that was counting those votes, to say she should be put in jail, I stand because if they can be put in jail, they will put me up under the jail. And that's why I'm standing here, because we need people of integrity, and we need to pay them what they deserve, not the pennies that we come down here and sacrifice. And I want to say thank you for your service. But at the same time, as James Brown said, open up the door, I'll get it for myself. Let's open up the door to democracy to everybody, not just a few. Not just a few, and that's what we're becoming. Thank you for this time. But I say this because I do care about this country. I do care about Georgia. I do care that we would have the audacity to tell local elected officials what they can't do. And that's what this bill does. You slip out, you say, okay, if you stay in that position, you can do whatever the local government wants. But once you leave, the next person, we won't pay them. So that's why I stand. And I want to say this because when Section 2 is attacked, this whole notion of what happened 61 years ago when John Lewis got his head blooded, that's a Dred Scott versus, we are in dangerous steps. Whether now you got the executive, you got the legislative, and now the judiciary, you're trying to sew it all up where people are under pressure to do what one or two people want done. And that's why I stand here. I stand here because when we redraw the lines here in Georgia, so that one faction has an unfair advantage over the other, that is not one nation, indivisible. We are dividing rather than having a United States of America. I thank you for listening. I don't have an amendment. I will do an amendment if I have the time that says take off the cap. Senator from the 19th, I respect you very greatly. And the author of this bill, I respect even more. But I would simply say that limiting what local elected officials can do is just wrong. Thank you very much. I yield the well.
Senator is yielded. Senator from 50th, would you like to close? You stirred it up in here, Senator. I don't know if we're talking about a pay raise bill or if we're talking about something else.
Mr. President, I'm kind of in the same situation you are. I did not expect this fight. Didn't think this was going to be as partisan as it turned out to be. I'm just going to make a couple points. The governor's salary was brought up. The number of people you represent was brought up. We're about to pay district attorneys more than the governor. Second, it was brought up about people sitting in our jails. I have a letter from the Georgia Public Defender's Office in support of this. Third, well, this is a metro county. How could you possibly pay district attorneys this in the metro county? This is 88% of the Northern District, which is a federal circuit in Metro Atlanta. 88% of the judge's salary for a federal court in Metro Atlanta. And they can get up to 10% more. So they're going to be making more than the governor. They're going to be making more than a federal judge in Metro Atlanta. I respect the political nature of these debates to some degree. I respect that you've got to, I know you're getting calls from your district attorneys. Let me just say this, call them back and ask them, hey, before you retire, are you going to opt into this system? I guarantee you every single one of them will, because it's fair. With that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
All right. So now it's time, the question is on amendment number 1, authored by the Senator from the 50th. Is there objection to amendment number 1? Without objection, amendment number 1 is adopted. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the Board of Committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. Board of Committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 8th, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Mr. President, is it not true that Clinch County was mentioned quite a few times during that debate?
I believe Clinch County was mentioned more times than I've ever heard it mentioned before in this body.
Is it not true, Mr. President, that down in the flat woods of Georgia, the scales of justice are just as equal in Clinch County as they are in any county in Georgia, Mr. President?
Clinch County is a wonderful, wonderful place, Senator, with wonderful people in it, too. On the passes of the bill, the yeas are 32, the nays are 19. This bill having received requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary Reed, House Bill 1024.
House Bill 1024 by Representatives Hong of the 103rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 44-13-100 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to exemptions for purposes of bankruptcy and intestate insolvent estates so as to revise the exemption for a debtor's aggregate interest in real property or personal property that the debtor or a dependent of the debtor uses as a residence in a cooperative that owns property that the debtor or a dependent of the debtor uses as a residence or in a burial plot, to provide for such exemption for the primary residence of spouses, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Banking and Financial Institutions recommend that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Summers, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Senator from the 26th, for what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it true, after passing 1020, that I would ask on the next legislative day that 1020 be reconsidered and giving it a favorable majority?
Thank you for serving notice, Senator. And then the appropriate time for it to be reconsidered would be on day 37. Yes, sir, I know. That's a good looking jacket you got on too there, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. HB 1024, this bill increases the homestead exemption in a bankruptcy case. Bankruptcy law is governed by federal law, but some states, including Georgia, have exemptions governed by state law. Exemptions are amounts of assets that you keep after filing bankruptcy in Georgia. The current homestead exemption is $21,500 for an individual, $43,000 for a joint homestead. Our bankruptcy homestead exemption is one of the lowest in the nation. This bill will increase the bankruptcy homestead exemption to $50,000 for an individual, $100,000 for a joint homestead. This hasn't been changed in 11 years, therefore it is needed. So that we don't forget the updates or the exemptions over the decades for us. This will also, starting in July of 2031, there will be an inflationary index. Also, just as an example of around us, Florida is unlimited, Iowa is unlimited, Kansas is unlimited, and Texas is unlimited. And we are in the bottom half of the last 12 of the states as far as the amount. And I believe this is a good bill in increasing those limits. No question.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having received a requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary read House Bill 979.
House Bill 979 by Representatives Bonner of the 73rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 50-2-27 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the retrocession of jurisdiction over lands owned by the United States, so as to provide for procedures for the retrocession of jurisdiction in certain circumstances, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Veterans, Military, and Homeland Security recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Veterans, Military, and Homeland Security offers the following substitute to House Bill 979, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 50-2-27 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the retrocession of jurisdiction over lands owned by the United States, so as to provide for procedures for the retrocession of jurisdiction in certain circumstances, to provide for applicability, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Payne of the 54th District and offers the following amendment. Amendment 1, amend the Senate Committee on Veterans, Military, and Homeland Security substitute to House Bill 979 by replacing lines 44 and 45 with the following. The parties, the duties authorized in such reciprocal agreement shall be limited to when alleged acts have been committed by persons under 17 years of age upon United States military installation subject to concurrent jurisdiction. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 54th.
Thank you, Mr. President. My friends, HB 979 is requested legislation from the Pentagon's Office of Military, Community, and Family Policy. This bill provides a framework for our federal military installations to cede jurisdiction to the state in cases that involve juveniles. Federal courts have no juvenile code, so that's what this bill is necessary. Serious juvenile misconduct on military bases and installations are subject to exclusive federal jurisdiction, can only be adjudicated in a federal court system which is designed for adults. States' juvenile courts can adjudicate juvenile cases when concurrent jurisdiction is established between the state and federal authorities, allowing for more appropriate sentencing and case management outcomes for those under 17 years of age. Utilizing only a memorandum of understanding for the referral of cases in areas of exclusive federal jurisdiction, particularly when there is not concurrent jurisdiction, does not create enforceable law, nor is there a legal system for transferring jurisdiction through such means. HB 979 solves these concerns by providing statutory authorization for the state to accept federal relinquishment of juvenile offenses. The broader mission to support children and youth and families remains high priority for the department, clarifying that Georgia authorities may assert jurisdiction over juveniles on military installations in areas exclusive to federal jurisdiction, and enables state law authorities to enforce laws on a base with respect to civilian family members with validity. This legislation is not a mandate It is simply creates a framework for the state of Georgia to accept these cases if desired. HB 979 will help provide a consistent and appropriate legal system for our military families and youth throughout our state. These juvenile offenders are just kids, and they should be treated as such, and that's what this bill simply makes happen. There's also an amendment that I brought forward in this bill because the language of the original bill that came over from the House on line 45 says this code section shall be applicable only to persons under 18 years of age. Well, I'm sure that was written by a federal official and not understand that in Georgia, those under 17 are juveniles, not those under 18. So that's all the amendment does, is clarify that this only applies to those under the age of 17, which would be applicable to juvenile courts. Mr. President, if there are no questions, I will yield the well.
You do have a couple questions, Senator. I recognize the Senator from the 29th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
I certainly do, from my friend from Columbus.
Senator, is it not true you have experience in the juvenile justice system?
Yes, sir.
And
30 years.
And during that time, did you have to go to court with juvenile offenders?
I had to go to juvenile court several times a week.
Did you ever have to go to court with a juvenile defendant who was a military dependent?
Not where I live. We don't have really military bases up in northwest Georgia, but I'm sure it's very prevalent in where you live, around Fort Benning, Georgia.
I'm just curious, Senator. Is my understanding of the bill that if a juvenile and we'll say Fort Benning, if they commit an act on Fort Benning as a juvenile, that the framework you're trying to build would allow for that individual that case to be adjudicated in the juvenile court there in Muskogee County?
Yes, sir. That's what this bill does.
And if that were to be the case and the parent were to be deployed with family, would that have an impact on that case?
It would have impact on the case as far as probably the residence of where the court may place them until they've got an appropriate adult to keep them. But it would not as far as their court case. If the parent was deployed, they would still get their day in court in juvenile court.
And if they had already been sentenced to probation or parole, is it not true that there would be an opportunity for that probation and parole to be transferred to another jurisdiction that coincided with where the parent's new deployment would be?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. Thank you, Senator. No other questions.
Recognize the Senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
I am honored, Dean, that you would ask me a question.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for bringing this bill. Isn't it true that this bill fosters good relationship between the military and the civilian sector, and at the same time have a consideration of children who may infract against the law on military posts and not be caught up in a federal system?
Absolutely. This bill would. Those bridges already exist as where you live, and the military establishments around these areas. Those relationships are already in existence. This really isn't going to create those relationships, but this just codifies it in the law that those relationships are permissive and acceptable.
Thank you for bringing the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have no further questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for your favorable consideration and for the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
We have a later arriving amendment. Secretary, read the caption.
Senator Tillery of the 19th and others offers the following amendment. Amendment 2, amend House Bill 979 by striking lines 46 through 47 and replacing with the following. Section 2, Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to state government is amended by adding a new code section to read as follows. 50-18-79. If any claim of an unlawful employment practice made against the General Assembly, the House of Representatives, the Senate, or any member, office, or employee thereof, including but not limited to a claim of sexual harassment, discriminatory harassment, discrimination, discrimination or retaliation is resolved in whole or in part by a settlement agreement, a memorandum of agreement or understanding, or other similar document, however denominated, such agreement shall be subject to public disclosure with the claimant's identity redacted. For purposes of this subsection exclusively, the General Assembly shall be an agency. This subsection shall be applied retroactively, except as provided for in subsection A of this code section. Nothing in this code section shall be construed or applied as to subject the General Assembly to the provisions of code sections 50-80, 18-70 through 50-18-78 or Chapter 14 of this title. Section 3, this act shall become effective upon its approval by the governor or upon its becoming law without such approval. Section 4, all laws and parts of law in conflict with this act are repealed. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Would you like to speak to your amendment, Senator? Recognize Senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment number 2 simply adds what I guess has been termed in our room the Epstein Amendment to Senate Bill 979. It simply says that if the General Assembly's entered into any type of settlement to hide sexual harassment, sexual abuse by members of the General Assembly, that it should be open to it should be subject to open records. The same way that the amendment we passed by Senator from the 29th passed this chamber unanimously earlier this session. Happy to take any questions or yield the well. No questions? Yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? All right. Question is on amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 54th. Is there objection to amendment number 1? Without objection, amendment number 1 is added. Questions on amendment number 2, authored by the gentleman from the 19th. Is there objection to amendment number 2? Hearing none, amendment number 2 is added. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Hearing none, the committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 1. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary read House Bill 1164.
House Bill 1164 by Representatives Wade of the 9th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to education so as to require the State Board of Education to appoint an audit committee, to provide for minimum responsibilities of such committee, to amend Chapter 6 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Department of Audits and Accounts so as to revise provisions for financial audits of local school systems by and on behalf of the Department of Audits and Accounts, to provide for such audits of state charter schools, to require the Department of Audits and Accounts to develop and implement implement a program of progressive monitoring, supports, and interventions to local school systems and state charter schools, to provide for investigations of local school systems and state charter schools by the state auditor, to provide for an effective date, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman of the 4th District Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 52nd. Rome, Georgia's finest. Oh, it's I'm actually from the senator from the 4th. I had a Alzheimer's moment up here. I was just looking forward for the senator from the 52nd so much.
Thank you, Mr. President. It has been a long session. House Bill 1164. This provides additional financial oversight to local school systems. And let me tell you about this bill. House Bill 1164 strengthens financial oversight, transparency, and accountability for local school systems and state charter schools by enhancing audit requirements, creating a fiscal monitoring framework, and increasing state-level review of financial risk in public education. The objectives of this bill is to improve fiscal transparency in K-12 education, to prevent financial mismanagement and deficits, as we know happen in a particular school system in Georgia that's made all kind of news, strengthen audit and monitoring systems, provide early intervention for financially distressed school systems, and protect classroom funding through stronger financial responsibility. In this bill, it requires the State Board of Education to establish a formal audit committee, and that audit committee must meet at least 6 times a year, charged with reviewing fiscal conditions of local school systems and charter systems. This adds a permanent structured oversight mechanism focused specifically on education financing. Each local school system and state charter school must complete an annual financial audit, submit the audit readiness certification by December 31st. This is highlighted. The next few items are extremely important. They must also certify, and that's signed by the superintendent of the school system, the chief financial officer, and the chairman of the local board. They must certify on an annual basis that all state health plan benefits payments are made, and we all know what happened because we heard about this particular school system that missed 14 payments, state health benefit plan. They must certify that all payments have been made timely to teachers' retirement system. They must certify that public school employees' retirement system payments have been made. They must certify the Department of Labor obligations have been paid. Failure to comply results in high-risk designation. Now, let's talk about the Department of Audits would designate school systems as at moderate risk if they have 1 to 2 years of irregularities. If they have 3+ years of irregularities, which is very serious, they will be designated as high risk, and they are required to have a mandatory audit done by the State Department of Audits. State Department of Audits can authorize outside accounting firms to do audits, but if the school system has been designated as a high risk, they have to be done by the State Department of Audits. If financial irregularities or budget deficits are found, school systems must submit a response within 60 days. A corrective action plan must be board approved within 120 days, and monthly expenditure reports must be reviewed and acknowledged by board members while under risk designation. As I stated earlier, there are basically 4 levels of risk. There's Tier 1 is financially sound, Tier 2 is fiscal watch, Tier 3 is fiscal distress, and Tier 4 is critical fiscal emergency. The expanded audit and investigative authority, the bill says that it expands the audit requirements of state charter schools, authorizes investigations into management or misconduct, requires audits in accordance with government auditing standards, allows the state auditor to prioritize audit based on fiscal risk and readiness. As I stated earlier, the state auditor has a tremendous responsibility in this bill, which has not been there in the past. State auditor has discretionary authority to hire public CPA firms, as stated, but all audits must comply with the Georgia Department of Audits. There also is increased transparency. It must require a public notice of financial conditions for any school system that are high-risk systems. It requires posting audit, budgets, financial irregularities online. It expands Office of Student Achievement reporting on financial performance and efficiency. State Board may amend or terminate flexibility contracts if a system is high risk. Charter systems must maintain fiscal stability and corrective plans. And a superintendent, if he's is hired at this point in time, his contract is limited to 12 months. Let me tell you about the positive impacts. Positive impact of this, it protects our taxpayer funds. She ensures responsible use of your tax dollars and my tax dollars. Prevents long-term school system insolvency. Prevents budget deficits. Strengthens early detection of financial mismanagement. Probably most of all, improves confidence in the education funding oversight. Protects classroom funding and teacher resources. This bill becomes effective July 1, 2026. Mr. President, this is a great bill that will protect our schools and protect our students and protect our teachers and will further enhance the use of our taxpayer dollars. I urge everyone to vote green on this bill. Mr. President, I yield the will. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection for the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49 and the nays are 2. This bill, having received a requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary Reed, House Bill 1096.
House Bill 1096 by Representatives Taylor of the 173rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 2A of Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions relative to the Department of Public Health so as to provide that if certain employees of a county board of health become employees of such department, such employees will retain accrued annual and sick leave, to authorize rules and regulations to provide for related matters, to appeal conflicting laws and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Now I'm ready for the senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a simple cleanup bill for the Department of Public Health where they've had some county employees they're going to reassign as state employees, and if they do, they keep their seniority, they keep their retirement, they keep their accrued leave, but they don't get a payout of the accrued leave. No double bonus on that. That's the bill. If there's no questions, I'll yield the well, and if there are questions, I'll yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received a requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Senator from the 31st, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, it's unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 29th for business inside the Capitol.
The objection, senator, is excused. Secretary Reed, HR 1416, please.
House Resolution 1416 by Representatives Dickey of the 134th and others, a resolution creating the Joint Study Committee on Generational Sustainability of Family Farms and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Goodman, Chairman. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is House Bill 1416, it's the same as Senate Resolution 800 that we passed out of here, creating the study committee, the Joint House and Senate Study Committee for the Sustainability of Georgia Family Farms. I got something I want to get off my chest real quick as well, because I came home every Friday. I come home and open up my mailbox, and there's about three mailers in the mailbox from a guy that's running for governor. And I reckon he's got more money than Augustus Caesar, I guess, because, I mean, my mailbox is overflowing with mailers. And I come home and there's all these things out there that says, oh, you know, talking about politicians, part of a cabal on the take, that we hold study committee, we have study committees and hold hearings and nothing ever happens. And this man is going to be all about action. We've had study committees. I was on the Forestry Innovation Study Committee. That helped us figure out that we need to put money in the Georgia Tech program. I've been on study committees that we made changes to CUVA with the senator from the 4th. Just today, we passed a bill on cell phones that came from a study committee. And so I'm not just standing up here for me, but I'm standing up here for all of y'all as well, the hard-working men and women of this General Assembly, that we leave our homes 3 months out of the year and we come up here and we represent our communities. During the time that I've been up here this year, my son's been star student. I missed 2 banquets with that. My mother-in-law's had knee surgery. My father-in-law that I farm with has had his lymph nodes taken out, and they've been there at the farm keeping things going so I could be up here and represent my people. And I reject the notion that I keep seeing out there, not only talking about how I feel it's a reflection on myself, but a character of every member of the General Assembly. So yes, we hold study committee meetings, and yes, we hold hearings. But do you want to know why I ran for the legislature? People had tried to get me to run for the legislature, and I never would because I don't have that innate sense of self-confidence like some people do. But it was a trip to Washington, D.C. when they were renegotiating USMCA, and I was asked in there, they said, Mr. Goodman, are you more concerned about trade with Mexico, or are you concerned about trade with Florida and North Carolina? And I was taken aback because this person was representing my family in trade negotiations on behalf of this government. And that is what compelled me to run, because I knew that if this person would ask a question like that farmers needed a greater voice. And that's why I ran. And so I hope that the people of Georgia can see through some of this mess, because it infuriates me, because I see how every one of y'all sacrifice so much to be here and to represent your communities. Things are tough on the farm, and I know sometimes in here we can get political about it, but the truth of the matter is things have been tough on the farm for a long time. Georgia farmers experienced about $800 million in profit loss in 2025. Farm production cost has exceeded farm revenue 11 of the past 14 years. That is under Republican and Democratic administrations. Tractor prices have increased 21%. I grew up in the 1980s. I remember when my dad lost a farm to foreclosure. From 1980 to 1990, 1/3 of the family farms in this country were foreclosed on. So yes, we're having a study committee. You want to know why? Because some of the best ideas that we have ever passed in this chamber has come from the everyday Georgians that we represent. But I can tell you, the notion that we're all up here and we're part of a cabal. I'm about to leave here and go home in 2 weeks and try to pick a blueberry crop and hope I can make enough to pay the production loan to Ag South. I'm not a career politician and all this kind of malarkey that you see out there. And so this narrative that's out there with this fellow that seems like he's got more money than, I guess he's got more money than Moses, I don't know. I will say this, though, he is helping the timber industry with the amount of paper that he's been buying, putting these mailers out. But I ask you, and I want to say this too, in closing, this body in both parties, both metro and rural areas, have always been great about trying to support agriculture. You really have. Why is that? Because we have one common goal. We all like to eat. Isn't that right, Senator from the 14th? And so, with that, Mr. President, I better get out of the well.
Oh, no, you keep talking. You keep talking.
Well,
I like what I hear.
I'm going to tell you, Mr. President, it does upset me when I get home and I see this stuff in my mailbox, because I know how everybody in here sacrifices. We come up here 3 months out of the year, but we know when we're back home in the district, it's a full-time job. And don't get me wrong, it is one of the greatest honors of my life to do this job. Every day that I walk into the Capitol, I wait for somebody to come grab me by the arm and say, "Sir, there's been some mistake. You don't belong here," because I'm just an old farm boy from South Georgia. It truly is an honor, but it is a sacrifice for all of us. And when to go home and see this stuff, it's not fair to any of y'all. It's not fair to the people across the hall, because I know the people in this room, we have profound differences about some things. We have profound disagreements sometimes about things. But I also know that, I respect that you come from a different viewpoint. You have different life experiences, and that is part of the great mosaic that makes the fabric of the state of Georgia and this country. And I respect that. But I also know that by and large, the majority of the people that I serve with are men and women of integrity who truly want to make their mark in their communities and represent their folks back home. So I'm going to hush with that, Mr. President. But if y'all will support this bill, and I hope coming out of this study committee that we're going to find some real solutions. There's only so much we can do on the federal level. There's so much that is outside the control of the American farmer. But I know that we've got to do the work to find out. Mr. President, it wasn't just too long ago that we passed a law that passed out unanimously in this chamber with Austin's Law. That came from a constituent. The senator from the 16th had a bill in committee not too long ago that came from another constituent. And I'll go ahead and say I broke down and started crying in the committee because it reminded me so much of what happened with my son. But the work we do up here, it does matter. And one of the reasons that with these study committees is it puts us in front of our constituents because we are here 3 months out of the year. And when we are off, we do have to do the work that it takes to find the solutions that we can do. That's what a study committee is, right? I'm proud to serve with y'all. God bless you. And to the people watching, don't believe any of that mess you're seeing in your mailbox. Mr. President, I yield the well.
All right, Senator. Senator is passionate about agriculture business. I love it. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor of the resolution will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the adoption of resolution, the yeas are 52, the nays are 0. This resolution received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore adopted. Senator from the 41st. We're doing some special actions too, real quick, guys, girls.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to SB 350.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 350 by Senator Jackson of the 41st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act providing for the compensation of certain county officers and officials of DeKalb County, approved March 31st, 1976, as amended so as to revise the compensation of certain judges, judicial officers, and county officers, to make informing changes related to court names changed by general law, to provide for related matters, to provide for effective dates, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 350, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act providing for compensation of certain county officers and officials of DeKalb County, approved March 31st, 1976, as amended so as to make revise the compensation of certain judges, judicial officers, and county officers, to make conforming changes related to court names changed by general law, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask that you all just bear with me for a moment here. This is a local bill. It was on our local consent calendar. However, due to a drafting error on this side, it had to go to the House, and all special actions have to be presented like this. You can't put them back on the local calendar. So that's how we find ourselves in this posture, is because I need just an outright agree. Just for the underlying bill, what it does is it changes the circuit from Stone Mountain Circuit to DeKalb Circuit. And then, as you will recall from our earlier conversations today, we passed a bill together in this body that set pay for Superior Court judges. And that bill actually derailed the train that DeKalb County has as it relates to compensation. And so this bill allows us to set our salaries once more again for all of our elected officials. I'll stand for questions.
You do have one question, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, you yield?
I'm happy to yield to the Appropriations Chair.
Senator, I point you to line 30, the district attorney pay. Is that not literally in direct contradiction to the general bill we just passed 20 minutes ago?
Well, we passed this bill several weeks ago out of this body, this bill, so we could not have projected and imagined the mind of what would come today ahead of time. So what this says again, it just resets this is a long-standing tradition in DeKalb County. We're not doing anything behind the door, something we haven't always done. Our DHEA has always been at 100% or has been at 100% for quite some time. So if it contradicts your current bill, that's not on purpose. We introduced this a long time ago.
Will the senator further yield?
I'm happy to yield.
So this was a piece of local legislation originally.
That's right. It's a local bill.
So in the discussions that we had with the Supreme Court when we were drafting the Superior Court's bill, they told us that local legislation would be subservient to general legislation, but the issue had never been tried. Do you have an opinion on if we pass this bill, as you've got it right here, on Special Action Senate Bill 350, would that take precedent for the DA pay for DeKalb County over the bill that this body just passed? Again, it might have been more than 20 minutes ago now.
Well, Senator, I appreciate your question. I'm not a lawyer. I certainly can speak like one sometimes, but I'm not a lawyer, so I don't want to speak to that issue. What I can say is that because of the opt-in provision in your bill, or actually was the senator from the 50th bill, because of the opt-in or the opt-out provision, it is our understanding that our DA will opt out because she's at 100%, and so we will not be derailed by this general bill. However, when we elect a new DA, many years from now, hopefully, then I suspect that this body will have to come back and make some adjustments. But for the time being, we are in a good posture to move forward.
Will the senator yield for, I guess, I want to understand how that would put us in the position to move forward if your district attorney's bill, the pay for your district attorney would now supersede the bill we just passed setting district attorney pay differently.
To be clear, we are not giving our district attorney a raise. This is reestablishing, because the last year's bill made essentially all trains that were tied to Superior Court judges, it froze them. So we are in a posture of having to recreate our train once more. Our state court judges are receiving a pay that is well earned and absolutely necessary, but we're not actually giving our DA a raise. So it's not in contradictory. She will stay where she is. And again, until there is a new election for a new DA, that's when I will probably be coming back to this body, should I still be here, to need some adjustments to our local bill. But this is actually quite fine as it is.
Can I ask you one more time? I don't understand how this wouldn't give your district attorney a raise in contradiction to what we just passed. If it's 100% of the Superior Court judge, and we were to raise the Superior Court judge's pay last year, you're saying your district attorney was already making 100% of the Superior Court judge's pay last year?
That's correct.
So the pay for your district attorney is what?
I actually don't know offhand because she has a local supplement, right? But our DA is compensated appropriately for the caseload that she has. I will say on behalf of the entire Senate delegation from DeKalb County that we are proud to be able to compensate our DA fairly and adequately. This bill fundamentally is actually not about the DA. It's about reestablishing our train and also making sure that our state court judges are adequately compensated. So that's what this bill does. We are not trying to derail or undermine anything as it relates to DA pay. With that, I'll yield the well.
Does any of the senators yield? Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? All right. So it is a motion on SB 350. And the motion is the senator move to agree to the House substitute on SB 350. Senator from the 19th, for what purpose you rise?
Can you get a second?
It's up to you. We're really kind of down to an up or down vote here. So the motion that was made that the Senate agree to the House substitute on SB 350. Senator has spoken to it. Senator from the 42nd, for what purpose you rise?
Mr. President, I move the Senate agree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 350 as amended by Amendment 1.
Secretary, read the amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Strickland of the 42nd and others offers the following amendment to Senate Bill 350, Amendment 1, by striking line 30. Mr. President, that completes the order.
So, Senator from the 42nd, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. So the issue we have is we create some inconsistency here with the local legislation versus a bill that passed earlier. So what the amendment would do would just strike line 30 to remove that percentage completely, and then we can let the underlying bill, if it passes, that'll now govern the salary of the district attorney for the Stone Mountain Circuit. Happy to take any questions.
Recognize Senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes.
So by striking line 30, I see the lines 29 and 31 will remain in text. So is the intent of the author of the amendment to go from 1 chief executive officer to 3 sheriff immediately with no intervening number? Is that the intent?
No, the intent is to try to make sure we don't create contradicting legislation with the local act versus the bill we just passed. So all that we're trying to do is pause and take this out so we don't create inconsistency, but also make sure we don't kill the underlying bill, to make sure that a DeKalb delegation can still set their salaries as they want. And this is a way to hopefully put a pause on that one part based on the inconsistency we may be creating.
Senator, further yield?
Yes.
Senator, is it not true that the bill that we passed earlier today will still have to go to the House for consideration? So would it not be the most prudent course of conduct and most in line with all of the discussions that have been happening around DeKalb County to go ahead and pass this bill and let the House decide later in time how they would like to handle the issue? Wouldn't that be the most prudent course, Senator?
No, I think the most prudent course, what I was trying to advocate for, was holding on this bill completely right now. That way we can see what goes on with the other bill, make sure we pass something that's consistent. That was what I think is the most prudent thing. But if we can't do that, I think we have to pass the amendment.
Thank you, Senator.
Recognize Senator from the 41st.
Mr. President, I would like to withdraw, ask that this bill be tabled.
So probably need to start with your motion to agree first. Withdraw it.
Mr. President, I will withdraw my motion to agree to the House to substitute. And I'm asking for unanimous consent to withdraw.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from the 42nd.
I move that I'll actually withdraw the motion that I made to agree to the House substitute as amended by Amendment 1.
Is there objection? Hearing none.
Mr. President, I move that we table SB 350.
Is there objection? Recognize Senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw my motion to table and just ask that we leave it in its posture of availability for special action.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Tell you what, you get a bunch of lawyers involved, they'd mess up a one-car funeral procession. Recognize the senator from the 1st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate agree to the House substitute to SB 427.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 427, represented by Senators Watson of the 1st and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 34 of Title 43 of the Efficient Code of Georgia annotated relating to medical practice relative to physicians so as to provide for limited provisional licenses and a pathway to licensure for certain internationally trained physicians, to provide for definitions, to provide for qualifications and conditions, to provide for penalties, license sanctions, and enforcement, to provide for one or more medical directors, to provide for annual reports, to provide for rules, regulations, and procedures, to provide for conditional automatic repeal, to provide for related matters, to provide for a contingent effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 427, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 34 of Title 43 of the Efficient Code of Georgia annotated relating to medical practice relative to physicians so as to provide for limited provisional licenses and a pathway to licensure for certainly internationally trained physicians, to provide for definitions, to provide for qualifications and conditions, to provide for penalties, license sanctions, and enforcement, to provide for one or more medical directors, to provide for annual reports, to provide for rules, regulations, and procedures, to provide for a conditional automatic repeal, to provide for related matters, to provide for a contingent effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 1st.
Thank you, Mr. President. This may be the simplest thing we do all day. So if you go to the original bill on line 107, 427, it reads, shall be fined not more than $500 for each, and it goes blank. And then they picked that up in the House, and so we just added the word offense in the House, so it shall be fined not more than $500 for each offense. Both lines 107, we just left off the word offense. They put it in the House, and that is the only difference in this internationally trained physician legislation that passed both houses overwhelmingly. I'll be happy to answer any questions, but I think that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, no questions, Senator. Anybody like to speak for or against it? Hearing none. The senator has moved that the Senate agree to the House substitute on SB 427. Is there objection? All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to agree, the yeas are 46, the nays are 4, and this motion has prevailed. Recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the Senate stand adjourned pursuant to H.R. 998 till 10 a.m. March 25th.
Majority leader has moved. Secretary, read the announcements.
The Rules Committee will meet upon adjournment in room 450 of the Capitol. The Public Safety Committee will meet at 3:30 p.m. in room 450 of the Capitol. The Health and Human Services Committee will meet at 4:30 p.m. in room 450 of the Capitol. The Finance Committee will meet at 5:30 p.m. in room Mezzanine 1. The Judiciary Committee will meet at 6:30 p.m. in room 307 of the CLOB. Mr. President, that completes the order.
All right. Any other announcements? No other announcements? All right. The majority leader has moved that the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday morning, March 25th. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Ayes clearly have it. Y'all have a good evening.